Survival in nature is brutal. No second chances, no mercy, just raw instinct, resilience, and the relentless will to live. From animals that come back from the dead, to creatures that defy the limits of biology, the wild is full of stories that seem almost impossible. How does a frog survive being frozen solid? How does a jellyfish escape death itself? And what happens when a species fights back against extinction? These aren't just survival stories, they're nature's greatest miracles. Let's dive into the most mind-blowing survival tales ever recorded. Chapter 1. The Immortal Jellyfish. Nature's cheat code for death. The natural world is governed by one absolute rule. Everything must die. But one creature appears to have found a loophole. Turritopsis dohrnii, better known as the immortal jellyfish, has defied what seems to be an unavoidable fate. Instead of aging and dying like other organisms, it has developed a biological mechanism that allows it to reset its life cycle, effectively making it capable of living indefinitely under the right conditions. Discovered in the Mediterranean Sea, in the late 19th century, the immortal jellyfish remained an unremarkable species until the 1990s, when marine biologist Christian Sommer made a groundbreaking discovery. While studying Turritopsis dohrnii, he observed that instead of following the usual life cycle of birth, maturation, reproduction, and death, the jellyfish could revert to its earlier life stage, a process called transdifferentiation. This ability means that instead of dying, the jellyfish transforms its adult cells into young polyp cells, allowing it to start its life over again. To understand how this process works, it is important to examine the typical life cycle of a jellyfish. Jellyfish begin as fertilized eggs that develop into free-swimming larvae known as planulae. These larvae settle onto a surface, becoming stationary polyps that resemble tiny sea anemones. From the polyp stage, they undergo a process called strobilation, in which they bud off into juvenile medusae, eventually growing into full-sized adult jellyfish. In most species, this is the final stage before death. But Turritopsis dohrnii has the ability to reverse this process at any point after reaching adulthood. When faced with environmental stress, physical damage, or even starvation, the jellyfish's cells undergo transdifferentiation, allowing them to reorganize into an earlier developmental stage. It is as if a butterfly could revert back into a caterpillar, or an elderly human could transform back into a baby. This extraordinary capability means that theoretically, the jellyfish can escape death indefinitely, as long as it avoids predation or fatal injury. The implications of this discovery are profound. Scientists have long searched for ways to unlock the secrets of aging, and the immortal jellyfish has become a key focus in biological and genetic research. By studying its cellular processes, researchers hope to uncover new insights into regenerative medicine, aging, and even potential ways to combat diseases like cancer. Unlike most cells which have a limited number of times they can divide before deteriorating, the jellyfish's cells appear to maintain their functionality without decline. This biological resilience has led some scientists to refer to Turritopsis dohrnii as nature's version of a biological cheat code, an organism that has seemingly bypassed one of the most fundamental laws of life. Although this species was first discovered in the Mediterranean, it has since been found in oceans around the world. Its ability to revert to an earlier life stage makes it particularly difficult to study in the wild, as individuals can potentially live through multiple cycles, making population tracking almost impossible. Some scientists believe that its spread may be linked to global shipping routes. Jellyfish polyps can attach to the hulls of ships or ballast water, allowing them to be transported across vast distances. Unlike other invasive species, the immortal jellyfish does not seem to disrupt ecosystems, likely because it remains relatively small, with adults only growing to about 4.5 millimeters in diameter. Despite its unique survival mechanism, Turritopsis dohrnii is not biologically dominant in the ocean. It still faces natural threats including predation by larger marine animals. Its population has not exploded uncontrollably, nor has it disrupted the marine food chain in significant ways. However, its existence challenges the very definition of mortality. If a creature can continuously escape death, is it truly immortal, or is it simply a species that has evolved a remarkable form of biological survival? The search for answers continues as researchers attempt to decode the genetic and cellular mechanisms behind this process. If the immortal jellyfish holds the key to stopping, or even reversing aging, What does this mean for the future of medicine and human longevity? This mystery remains at the center of scientific curiosity. But one thing is certain. Turritopsis dohrnii has proven that in the vast and complex world of nature, death is not always the final chapter. The discovery of Turritopsis dohrnii's biological reset has sparked intense scientific interest, not only in marine biology, but also in medicine, genetics, and the study of aging. The process of transdifferentiation, where specialized cells transform into other types of cells, is rare in nature. Some amphibians and reptiles can regenerate limbs, and certain species like axolotls can regrow complex organs, but no known organism, apart from the immortal jellyfish, can reverse its entire life cycle indefinitely. To understand the full implications of this phenomenon, scientists have focused on the molecular biology of Turritopsis dohrnii. At the heart of its immortality is a complex interplay of genetic factors and cellular signaling pathways that regulate its ability to revert to the polyp stage. Researchers have identified key genes responsible for stem cell regeneration and stress response, suggesting that the jellyfish's genetic code is optimized for survival under extreme conditions. By manipulating these genetic pathways, scientists believe it may be possible to extend human cell longevity, delay aging, or even regenerate damaged tissues. The potential applications of this research are staggering. If the mechanisms behind Turritopsis dohrnii's biological reset could be adapted for human medicine, it could lead to breakthroughs in treating age-related diseases, extending human lifespan, and even reversing cellular damage. The study of the jellyfish's regenerative abilities is closely tied to the field of regenerative medicine, where stem cell therapy already plays a crucial role. By understanding how Turritopsis dohrnii manipulates its own stem cells, researchers could refine techniques for regenerating human tissue, repairing damaged organs, or even halting degenerative conditions like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Another key area of interest is cancer research. Cancer cells exhibit uncontrolled growth and avoid normal cellular aging processes. The immortal jellyfish appears to have mastered cellular rejuvenation without triggering the harmful mutations that lead to cancer. By studying how Turritopsis dohrnii regulates its cell cycles, scientists may uncover methods to control or prevent the uncontrolled proliferation of cancerous cells. This research could lead to targeted therapies capable of stopping cancer at its root by manipulating the same biological processes that allow the jellyfish to restart its life cycle. Despite its seemingly miraculous abilities, Turritopsis dohrnii is not invulnerable. It can still be eaten by predators, succumb to disease, or be affected by environmental changes. Its immortality is conditional, meaning that while it can escape biological aging, it cannot avoid external threats. In laboratory settings, researchers have observed successful reversions to the polyp stage multiple times, but no single jellyfish has been recorded undergoing this process indefinitely. This raises the question, does the jellyfish's ability to escape death have an upper limit, or can it theoretically continue this cycle forever? The broader ecological impact of Turritopsis dohrnii is another point of scientific debate. While it has spread across global oceans, its small size and non-disruptive behavior mean it has not overtaken marine ecosystems. However, the potential for climate change and oceanic changes to affect its populations remains uncertain. The jellyfish thrives in warm waters, and rising ocean temperatures could either increase its range or disrupt the delicate balance of its life cycle. If conditions become too extreme, could even this so-called immortal species face extinction? The search for answers continues. In specialized research facilities, scientists are now sequencing the jellyfish's genome, mapping its proteins, and studying its cellular responses under stress. The hope is that by unlocking the genetic code of biological immortality, humanity may one day harness its principles for medical and scientific advancements. But even as the immortal jellyfish defies conventional biology, it raises profound philosophical and ethical questions. If science could replicate its ability in humans, should it? Would extending human life indefinitely come with unintended consequences? Would immortality alter the very nature of human existence? These questions remain unanswered, but they highlight the deeper implications of what Turritopsis dohrnii represents. For now, nature's most elusive survivor continues to drift through the oceans, resetting its life over and over, offering scientists a glimpse into the possibility that one of life's greatest mysteries, aging and death, might not be as inevitable as once believed. Chapter 2. The Frozen Frogs. How Amphibians Survive Being Ice Blocks. In the harsh winters of North America, when temperatures drop below freezing, the ground becomes a solid sheet of ice. Survival becomes a brutal challenge. Most animals either migrate to warmer climates or seek deep burrows to escape the cold. But some creatures have evolved an even more extraordinary strategy. They freeze solid. One of the most remarkable examples of this is the wood frog, Rana sylvatica, an amphibian that can survive being encased in ice for months and emerge unharmed in the spring. Unlike mammals, which would suffer fatal organ failure and tissue damage if ice formed inside their bodies, wood frogs have developed a unique biological system that allows them to endure freezing temperatures that would kill almost any other vertebrate. As winter approaches, these frogs burrow beneath leaf litter or shallow soil. When the temperature drops below freezing, ice begins to form on their skin. Within hours, their entire bodies become hard and frozen. Their hearts stop beating, their blood stops flowing, and their organs shut down. The key to their survival lies in a biochemical process that prevents ice from destroying their cells. When a frog begins to freeze, its liver rapidly floods its bloodstream with glucose, creating an internal antifreeze. This glucose is distributed to cells and tissues, where it prevents dehydration and minimizes ice formation within cells. Without this mechanism, ice crystals would puncture cell membranes, leading to irreversible damage. Instead, the frog's body water is drawn out into extracellular spaces, where it freezes harmlessly, while the cells themselves remain intact. The ability of the wood frog to survive total body freezing has fascinated scientists for decades. Early studies discovered that up to 65% of a frozen frog's body water turns to ice. Despite this, when temperatures rise and the ice begins to melt, the frog's heart restarts on its own, circulation resumes, and within hours, the animal returns to normal activity. This means the frog has effectively paused all biological processes without suffering long-term damage. Researchers have conducted extensive studies on the mechanisms behind this process. One of the most critical discoveries is that the high concentration of glucose acts as a cryoprotectant, stabilizing cells and preventing fatal damage. This is similar to how some Arctic and Antarctic fish use antifreeze proteins to survive in sub-zero waters, but in the case of the wood frog, the process is even more extreme. The exact triggers that signal the frog to enter this suspended animation state are still being studied, but research suggests that the freezing process itself acts as a cue. As ice forms on the skin, it draws water out of the frog's tissues. In response, the liver rapidly releases glucose, which is then transported throughout the body in a matter of minutes. Once the frog is frozen, metabolic activity is nearly non-existent, allowing it to survive without oxygen for extended periods. This process is not unique to wood frogs. Other amphibians, such as the gray tree frog Hyla versicolor, also have similar freeze tolerance abilities. However, wood frogs have adapted to some of the most extreme conditions, surviving temperatures as low as -16 degrees Celsius, 3 degrees Fahrenheit in their natural habitat. Unlike hibernating mammals, which rely on stored fat for energy, frozen frogs rely entirely on glucose reserves. As soon as thawing begins, their metabolic activity resumes, and within a few hours, they regain mobility and resume their normal behavior. The implications of this ability go beyond the survival of a single species. Understanding how wood frogs endure freezing conditions without cellular damage could have applications in medical science, particularly in organ preservation and cryogenics. If scientists can unlock the molecular secrets behind the frog's freeze tolerance, it could lead to advances in organ transplantation, where the challenge of keeping organs viable for long periods remains a critical issue. The frozen frogs of North America demonstrate that survival in extreme conditions is not just about endurance, it is about adaptation. Nature has equipped them with a survival strategy that defies conventional biology, offering a glimpse into a world where life can be paused and restarted without harm. As research continues, these amphibians may hold the key to unlocking new frontiers in science, medicine, and even the possibility of suspended animation for humans. The survival of the wood frog is a remarkable feat of biology, but its implications go far beyond the natural world. The ability of an animal to freeze solid and later revive itself challenges fundamental understandings of physiology and opens doors to scientific advancements that could revolutionize fields such as medicine, organ preservation, and even space travel. Scientists studying the wood frog's freeze tolerance have identified key molecular mechanisms that protect its cells from damage. One of the most crucial discoveries is that glucose isn't the only compound playing a protective role. Urea, a waste product typically expelled by most animals, accumulates in the frog's tissues before freezing. It has been found to enhance the frog's cryoprotection by stabilizing proteins and preventing ice-induced damage. This suggests that the frog's survival is not the result of a single adaptation but a complex network of biochemical defenses fine-tuned by evolution. Experiments have shown that even after being frozen for months, wood frogs return to life with no apparent brain damage or memory loss. This is particularly significant because in humans, oxygen deprivation for just a few minutes can cause irreversible brain damage. The fact that a frozen wood frog can endure total metabolic shutdown and emerge with full neurological function raises profound questions about the limits of biological survival. One of the most promising areas of research inspired by the wood frog is cryopreservation. Current methods for preserving human organs for transplantation are limited by time. Most organs can only be stored for a few hours before they deteriorate. If scientists can mimic the frog's biochemical adaptations, they could potentially extend organ viability for days or even weeks, increasing the success rate of transplants and saving thousands of lives each year. Beyond medicine, the study of freeze-tolerant amphibians has implications for long-term space travel. One of the biggest challenges in deep space exploration is the need for humans to survive long journeys without significant resource consumption. Theoretically, if humans could enter a state of suspended animation similar to the wood frog, they could endure long-duration space flights without aging or experiencing the harmful effects of extended weightlessness. While this remains speculative, research into cryogenic hibernation continues to draw inspiration from the natural adaptations seen in these amphibians. The wood frog is not the only creature that has evolved to survive freezing temperatures. Other species, such as the Alaskan black beetle Apis ceramboides and the Siberian salamander Salamandrella kieselenia, also exhibit extreme cold tolerance. The Siberian salamander in particular can survive being frozen at -50 degrees Celsius -58 degrees Fahrenheit for years before thawing and continuing life as if nothing had happened. These organisms demonstrate that nature has already solved many of the challenges humans face when it comes to surviving in extreme conditions. Despite these advances in understanding freeze tolerance, many questions remain. Scientists are still working to determine how the frog's organs and tissues avoid permanent structural damage after thawing. Unlike humans, where even minor frostbite can cause cell death, the wood frog's cells seem to be remarkably resilient. Some researchers believe that specialized proteins help repair any molecular damage that occurs during the freezing process, but the exact mechanisms are not yet fully understood. There is also the question of whether this ability could be harnessed for human application. Theoretically, if a way could be found to induce a similar state in humans, it could transform trauma medicine. Patients suffering from severe injuries could be placed into a frozen state to slow biological processes, buying valuable time for medical intervention. Some scientists believe that controlled hypothermia, a technique already used in emergency medicine, could be refined using insights from the wood frog's adaptations. While humans may never achieve the full freezing and revival ability of these amphibians, the study of freeze tolerance continues to provide invaluable lessons about the possibilities of biological preservation. As research progresses, scientists are uncovering new ways to manipulate cellular processes, potentially leading to breakthroughs in extending human lifespan, improving organ storage, and even developing new treatments for conditions related to oxygen deprivation and metabolic shutdown. The wood frog is a living testament to nature's ability to push the boundaries of survival. Its unique adaptation to freezing temperatures has not only allowed it to thrive in harsh environments, but has also provided researchers with a biological blueprint that could one day transform the future of medicine and space travel. The next steps in this field will determine just how much of nature's ingenuity humans can replicate. But one thing remains clear: the frozen frog holds secrets that could change the way we understand life itself. Chapter 3: The Last Tree on Earth. A glimpse into a future without forests. Forests have existed on Earth for over 380 million years. They have withstood ice ages, mass extinctions, and shifting climates, acting as the backbone of the planet's ecosystems. Today, they cover roughly 31% of Earth's land area, supporting more than 80% of terrestrial species. They regulate the climate, store carbon, and provide oxygen. Yet, they are disappearing at an alarming rate. If deforestation continues unchecked, the idea of a world without forests is no longer a distant possibility, but an inevitable reality. Each year, around 10 million hectares of forest are lost, an area roughly the size of Portugal. The Amazon rainforest, often called the lungs of the planet, has lost nearly 17% of its total area in just the past 50 years. In Southeast Asia, ancient rainforests are being cleared at an even faster rate, with palm oil plantations replacing biodiversity-rich ecosystems. In Africa, the Congo Basin, the second largest rainforest on Earth, is under growing pressure from illegal logging, agriculture, and infrastructure development. The primary drivers of deforestation are agriculture, logging, and urban expansion, but the underlying causes are far more complex, tied to economics, politics, and global consumption patterns. The consequences of deforestation are already being felt. In the Amazon, tree loss has reached a tipping point in some areas, where the rainforest no longer produces enough moisture to sustain itself. Scientists warn that if deforestation exceeds 20 to 25% of the total forest area, the Amazon could shift into a savanna-like ecosystem, unable to recover. This would disrupt global weather patterns, reduce rainfall, and accelerate climate change. The impact would not be limited to South America. The Amazon's water cycle influences monsoons in Asia and rainfall patterns in North America. Its loss would send shockwaves across the world. Deforestation is also a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. When trees are cut down or burned, carbon that has been stored for decades or even centuries is released back into the atmosphere. The destruction of forests accounts for nearly 10% of global carbon emissions, more than the entire transportation sector combined. Without forests acting as carbon sinks, efforts to combat climate change become significantly more difficult. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned that limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels is nearly impossible without halting deforestation and restoring lost forests. Biodiversity loss is another catastrophic effect. An estimated 137 species go extinct every day due to deforestation, from insects and amphibians to large mammals and birds. Many of these species are yet to be discovered, meaning we are losing unknown biological resources that could hold the key to medical breakthroughs. Rainforests are often referred to as nature's pharmacy, as many modern medicines, including treatments for cancer, heart disease and infections, originate from forest plants. With every tree lost, the potential for new scientific discoveries diminishes. The disappearance of forests is not a phenomenon limited to the present. History has shown that civilizations that overexploited their forests often collapsed. The once thriving Mayan civilization suffered severe droughts, in part due to massive deforestation to clear land for agriculture and construction. The ancient Mesopotamian societies depleted their cedar forests, leading to soil erosion, desertification, and ultimately societal decline. On Easter Island, the Polynesian civilization vanished after depleting its tree population, leading to resource shortages and societal breakdown. These historical warnings reveal a pattern. When forests disappear, the consequences are irreversible. Despite the warnings, the destruction continues. The global demand for timber, paper, palm oil and beef fuels deforestation at an unsustainable rate. While some countries such as Costa Rica have successfully reversed deforestation through reforestation efforts and strict environmental policies, others, like Brazil and Indonesia, face increasing pressure from industries that see forests as economic resources rather than vital ecosystems. The idea of the last tree on Earth is not just a symbolic warning. Scientists have already identified real-life cases where the final tree of a species stands alone, its counterparts lost forever. In the case of the Toromiro tree of Easter Island, the last known wild specimen was cut down in the 20th century, leaving the species extinct in the wild. Similar cases exist across the world, where the final individuals of species such as the St. Helena olive tree and the Florida toria tree struggle to survive in a changing world. The loss of forests is not just an environmental issue but a human crisis. Over 1.6 billion people rely on forests for their livelihoods. Indigenous communities, who have protected and managed forests for generations, are being displaced as land is converted for industrial use. The loss of traditional knowledge, culture, and sustainable practices further accelerates environmental destruction. The question is not whether forests are disappearing, but how long they can survive under current conditions. Scientists estimate that if deforestation continues at its current rate, the majority of the world's rainforests could vanish within the next 100 years. The last tree on Earth is not an abstract concept, it is a real possibility that could unfold within a single human lifetime. In the next part we will explore the potential future scenarios of a world without forests, the impact on global ecosystems, and the efforts being made to reverse this course before it is too late. A world without forests would be unrecognizable. The loss of the Amazon, the Congo Basin, and the boreal forests of Canada and Russia would transform global climate systems, disrupt water cycles, and push countless species to extinction. Without the ability to store carbon, the atmosphere would become overloaded with greenhouse gases, accelerating global warming beyond control. Rainfall patterns would shift unpredictably, leading to widespread droughts in some regions and catastrophic floods in others. Entire ecosystems dependent on forests would collapse, and with them the stability of human civilizations. The economic consequences would be devastating. The global economy is deeply intertwined with forests. More than 13 million people work in forestry-related industries, and another 1.6 billion depend on forests for their livelihoods. The pharmaceutical industry, worth over $1 trillion, relies on compounds found in forest plants to develop life-saving drugs. The food industry depends on forests to regulate rainfall and maintain soil health for agriculture. A world without forests would see food shortages, economic instability, and increased resource conflicts as nations struggle to secure what remains. The effects on human health would be equally severe. Forests act as natural buffers against disease. When they disappear, the balance between wildlife and humans shifts, increasing the risk of zoonotic diseases, those that jump from animals to humans. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted how environmental destruction creates conditions for deadly viruses to emerge. Studies show that deforestation brings humans into closer contact with disease-carrying animals, making future pandemics more likely. Scientists have mapped out what Earth could look like if deforestation continues at its current pace. By the end of the 21st century, large parts of the Amazon could turn into dry savanna. The Congo Basin, home to some of the world's most unique wildlife, could be reduced to isolated forest fragments. The boreal forests, which store more carbon than any other ecosystem on Earth, would shrink under rising temperatures, releasing stored methane and CO2. The Arctic permafrost, closely linked to boreal forests, would thaw, further intensifying climate change. The disappearance of forests would also trigger mass migrations. As agricultural land becomes infertile and freshwater sources dry up, millions of people would be forced to leave their homes. Scientists predict that climate-related displacement could affect up to 1.2 billion people by 2050. Many of these migrations would stem from regions that once relied on forests for stability. Countries in South America, Africa, and Southeast Asia would be hit hardest, but no part of the world would be immune to the ripple effects. There is, however, a chance to prevent this future. While deforestation is still widespread, efforts to restore forests are gaining momentum. In China, the government has launched massive reforestation projects to combat desertification, successfully planting over 66 billion trees in the past 4 decades. In Africa, the Great Green Wall project aims to restore 100 million hectares of degraded land across the Sahel region, providing food security and jobs while stabilizing the environment. Costa Rica, once a country with one of the highest deforestation rates, has reversed its forest loss through strong policies and financial incentives for reforestation. Technology is also playing a crucial role. Scientists are developing drones capable of planting thousands of trees per day. AI-driven monitoring systems are being used to track illegal deforestation in real time. Biologists are even exploring genetic modifications to create trees that grow faster and absorb more carbon. These advancements offer hope, but they require global commitment and policy changes to be effective. One of the biggest challenges is balancing economic development with environmental protection. Countries that depend on logging and agriculture often face pressure to prioritize short-term economic gains over long-term sustainability. However, studies show that protecting forests can be more profitable in the long run. Ecotourism, Carbon offset programs and sustainable forestry practices provide economic incentives while keeping forests intact. Nations that invest in forest conservation see benefits in climate resilience, biodiversity, and public health. The fate of the world's forests is not yet sealed, but time is running out. The last tree on Earth is not an inevitability, it is a choice. If deforestation continues, future generations may inherit a planet where forests exist only in history books. But if humanity acts now, the world's forests can be saved, securing the future of the planet and all life that depends on them. Chapter 4. The desert fish that defies logic. In the harshest environments on Earth, life often follows strict rules. Deserts are dominated by organisms adapted to heat, dryness, and scarcity. Fish, by all logic, should not survive here. Yet, against all expectations, there are fish that thrive in some of the world's most extreme desert environments. These species, scattered across isolated oases, underground rivers, and seasonal lakes, challenge the very definition of aquatic survival. One of the most astonishing examples is the devil's hole pupfish, a species found in a single water-filled cavern in the middle of Nevada's Mojave Desert. Devil's Hole itself is a geological anomaly, a deep water-filled chasm heated by geothermal activity. Despite temperatures reaching 33 degrees Celsius and oxygen levels so low that most fish would suffocate, the pupfish survives. It has done so for thousands of years, isolated from all other fish populations. Scientists believe the species became trapped in this underground water system during the Ice Age, when vast lakes covered much of the region. As the climate dried, the lakes disappeared, leaving only this small and hospitable refuge. The pupfish's adaptations are extraordinary. Unlike most fish, it can tolerate extreme heat and low oxygen by reducing its metabolism. It also has a shockingly short lifespan of just 1 year, a result of the stressful conditions. During this short time, it must reproduce quickly, ensuring the survival of its tiny population. With fewer than 200 individuals at times, it is one of the rarest vertebrates on Earth. Conservationists monitor it closely, fearing that a single environmental disturbance could push it to extinction. In other parts of the world, desert fish take on different survival strategies. The African lungfish, found in seasonal desert pools, is capable of estivation, a form of hibernation where it buries itself in the mud and secretes a mucus cocoon. During long droughts, it remains encased in hardened mud for months or even years, slowing its metabolism to a near standstill. When rain finally returns, the hardened mud dissolves, and the lungfish awakens, as if it had never left. This ability allows it to outlast extreme desert conditions without food or water. Similar survival mechanisms can be seen in the killifish of South America's semi-arid regions. These fish lay drought-resistant eggs that can survive desiccation. Even if all adult fish in a pond die, their eggs remain buried in the dried mud. When water returns, the eggs hatch, and an entirely new generation emerges, repeating the cycle. Some killifish species have eggs that can remain dormant for years, waiting for the right conditions to return. Desert fish also exist in underground networks of water, hidden beneath the surface. In the deserts of Australia, blind cave-dwelling fish navigate underground aquifers, never seeing sunlight. They rely on sensitive lateral lines organs that detect vibrations in the water to find food and avoid obstacles. These fish are often ancient relics, cut off from surface populations for millions of years. Their existence raises questions about how life persists in places where water is invisible to the naked eye. These fish are not just evolutionary curiosities, they are critical to understanding life's adaptability in extreme environments. By studying their biology, scientists gain insights into survival strategies that could have applications beyond Earth. Some researchers believe desert fish hold clues to how life might exist on Mars or other planets with extreme conditions. Subterranean water reserves on Mars, for example, could harbor microbial life that survives in ways similar to these fish. Beyond astrobiology, desert fish also serve as indicators of environmental change. Because they live in isolated, fragile ecosystems, they are among the first species to be affected by climate shifts. Rising temperatures and groundwater depletion threaten their survival. Many desert fish species are already critically endangered due to human activities such as groundwater extraction and habitat destruction. The loss of even one of these unique species would mean erasing a biological puzzle piece that could help us understand the limits of life itself. These fish should not exist, yet they do. Their presence in the most unlikely environments forces scientists to reconsider the adaptability of life and the hidden complexities of desert ecosystems. But their survival is not guaranteed. The same forces that once trapped them in these isolated habitats now threaten to wipe them out entirely. The astonishing survival stories of desert fish continue to reveal the limits of life's adaptability. But these remarkable creatures are not just about resilience, they are also about fragility. The extreme environments they inhabit can be both their sanctuary and their peril. For many desert fish, the very adaptations that allowed them to survive for millennia are now the same traits that make them vulnerable in the face of rapid environmental change. Consider the case of the devil's hole pupfish, a species so uniquely adapted to its isolated environment that it has no natural predators. This lack of competition and predation has allowed it to survive in an ecosystem unlike any other on Earth. But this same isolation makes it incredibly sensitive to changes in its environment. The water level in Devil's Hole has been dropping steadily due to over-extraction of groundwater from nearby aquifers. As the water level recedes, the pool becomes increasingly shallow, which can raise the temperature and lower oxygen levels. For a fish already living on the edge of what is survivable, these changes are catastrophic. In 1997, the pupfish population fell to an all-time low of just 35 individuals, prompting an emergency conservation effort. The species now teeters on the brink of extinction, and the precarious balance it requires to survive is more delicate than ever. The unique conditions of Devil's Hole have made it an ecological time capsule, preserving a snapshot of life in an extreme environment. But these conditions are being undone by human actions, posing a serious question: can any life form continue to exist when its habitat is constantly being altered? This dilemma is not exclusive to the Devil's Hole pupfish. The African lungfish, which can withstand years of drought, also faces the threat of human encroachment. Its habitat is under pressure as dams and irrigation projects deplete the seasonal floodplains that it depends on. While lungfish can survive in the mud, they require specific seasonal patterns to reproduce. If their habitats become too fragmented or unpredictable, it could disrupt their delicate life cycle. Already, populations of lungfish are showing signs of stress, further proving that even the most well-equipped survivors are vulnerable when faced with human impact. The killifish, known for its ability to lay eggs that can survive in desiccated mud, has a similarly troubling future. Though its eggs are incredibly resilient, able to survive for years without water, the landscape is changing. Increased desertification and irregular rainfall patterns threaten to destroy the very wetland habitats the fish rely on. As these seasonal bodies of water become less predictable, killifish populations are becoming increasingly unstable. The fact that they can survive in the mud for years means that they can outlast temporary droughts, but their long-term survival hinges on the return of consistent wetland environments. Without this, the eggs may not hatch in time for future generations, and the species could be lost. The survival of desert fish is not only a story about how life adapts, but also about how rapidly those adaptations can be undone. These fish have been evolving in isolation for millennia, long before humans arrived on the scene. Yet today, the forces of climate change and human development are pushing them to the brink of extinction. The increasing frequency of droughts, changes in precipitation patterns, and the construction of water harvesting infrastructures are disrupting the delicate balance these species depend on. But these desert fish are not just victims of human activity, they are also survivors, showing an incredible ability to endure in environments where life is not supposed to exist. The study of these fish offers scientists valuable insights into how life can endure extreme conditions. Their ability to withstand dehydration, extreme temperatures, and limited oxygen availability can provide clues to surviving in similar environments on other planets. Mars, with its frozen water reserves and harsh climate, may one day host life forms capable of surviving in ways similar to desert fish. Research into these species also informs our understanding of the potential for life to exist in extreme environments on Earth. While we often think of life as requiring specific conditions, desert fish demonstrate that life can persist in conditions previously thought to be inhospitable. Their existence challenges our assumptions and broadens our definition of what life can endure. For conservationists, these fish represent both a triumph and a warning. they embody the power of life to adapt and survive in the face of extreme adversity. Yet their fragility in the face of modern threats is a stark reminder of the impact humanity has on the planet's ecosystems. Preserving these species means more than just saving individual fish, it means protecting the ecosystems they depend on. These fish are canaries in the coal mine, warning us of the dangers of environmental degradation and the importance of maintaining biodiversity. The desert fish are more than just biological anomalies, they are living testaments to the resilience and fragility of life on Earth. As we face the realities of a changing climate and the loss of habitats, we must ask ourselves whether we are willing to change our ways to ensure the survival of the most vulnerable creatures among us. The survival of desert fish might depend on it, and so too might the future of life as we know it. Chapter 5. The Deepest Dwelling Creatures. Surviving the ocean's crushing darkness. The ocean covers over 70% of the Earth's surface, yet despite its vastness, we know more about the surface of the moon than we do about the depths of our own oceans. The deepest parts of the ocean, known as the Hadal Zone, remain some of the most mysterious and least explored environments on Earth. This region, found at depths of 6,000 meters, about 20,000 feet and deeper, is a place where pressure can exceed 1,000 times the pressure at sea level. It is in this extreme environment that some of the most remarkable creatures on Earth manage to survive, adapting to the crushing darkness, freezing temperatures, and near impossible pressures. The Hadal Zone is named after Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, and it is a realm where very few species are capable of surviving. Yet, against all odds, there is life thriving in this desolate abyss. From bioluminescent creatures to those capable of withstanding unimaginable pressure, these deep-dwelling organisms have developed extraordinary adaptations that allow them to exist where nothing else can. Perhaps one of the most iconic creatures of the deep is the giant squid, a creature that has captivated human imagination for centuries. While sightings of these massive cephalopods were once relegated to legend, modern deep-sea research has confirmed their existence. Giant squids can grow up to 12 meters, nearly 40 feet long, and their eyes, the largest in the animal kingdom, can reach the size of a basketball. These squid are not only fascinating because of their size but because of their ability to navigate the deep-sea pressures that would crush most other organisms. Giant squid are part of a larger group of deep-sea animals that have evolved to thrive in the darkness of the ocean. In the depths where light is scarce or non-existent, many species rely on bioluminescence. This is the ability to produce their own light, a phenomenon that allows them to attract prey, communicate, or even defend themselves from predators. Creatures like the anglerfish, known for the glowing lure on its head, have evolved this ability to lure in unsuspecting prey. The deep-sea lanternfish, meanwhile, has an array of bioluminescent spots along its body that it can use to create patterns to confuse predators or attract mates. Yet, bioluminescence is only one of the many adaptations that help creatures survive in the ocean's crushing depths. Pressure at these depths can reach over 1,000 times that at sea level. For comparison, this is like having the weight of 50 jumbo jets pressing down on you. Most organisms cannot withstand this immense pressure, but deep-sea creatures have evolved bodies that are specially adapted to cope with it. Many of these creatures have soft, gelatinous bodies with little or no skeletons. This lack of rigid structure allows them to compress without being destroyed by the immense pressure. Their bodies are designed to be flexible, and they rely on the water itself to provide structure instead of bones or hard exoskeletons. Temperature is another extreme challenge in the depths of the ocean. At these profound depths, water temperatures hover just above freezing, around 2 to 4 degrees Celsius, 35 to 39 degrees Fahrenheit. To survive in these conditions, deep-sea organisms have developed cold-resistant proteins and enzymes that allow their metabolic processes to function efficiently in near-freezing waters. These adaptations allow them to move, hunt and reproduce in conditions that would incapacitate most surface-dwelling life forms. Perhaps even more intriguing is the survival strategy of organisms that live in the extreme isolation of the Hadal Zone. These creatures have developed highly specialized ways of obtaining food. Most animals at these depths are scavengers, feeding on the detritus that sinks from above. This marine snow is the primary source of nutrients for many of these creatures. However, some of the deepest dwelling organisms have adapted to feed on the abundant yet sparse food sources in unique ways. For example, certain species of shrimp have developed the ability to feed on the chemical-rich fluids that seep from the ocean floor. This process, known as chemosynthesis, allows these creatures to survive without relying on sunlight at all. Instead, they use the chemicals released by volcanic vents or the ocean floor to create their own food, much like how plants rely on sunlight. Even more astonishing are the creatures that can survive in the absence of food altogether for extended periods. Some deep-sea fish and invertebrates enter a state of metabolic suspension, slowing their bodily functions to conserve energy when food is scarce. This state can last for weeks or even months, allowing them to survive through lean periods. Despite their incredible adaptations, these creatures are not immune to the effects of human activity. Deep-sea exploration has only recently become feasible with the development of submersible technology, and as we begin to explore these remote environments, we are also beginning to encroach on the habitats of these extraordinary organisms. Deep-sea mining, oil drilling, and pollution all pose threats to the delicate ecosystems that exist at the ocean's depths. These creatures, which have evolved over millions of years to survive in isolation and under extreme conditions, now face new challenges that could threaten their existence. The more we learn about the creatures that inhabit the deepest parts of the ocean, the more we realize how little we know about this mysterious world. Our exploration of the deep is still in its infancy, and every discovery seems to uncover more questions than answers. What other creatures lurk in the darkness, yet to be discovered? How much more can life adapt to the extremes of the ocean? The answers to these questions will take time. But one thing is clear: the deep ocean remains one of the last true frontiers on Earth, and the creatures that call it home continue to defy our understanding of life's limits. In the next section, we will explore how scientists are using cutting-edge technology to unlock the mysteries of the deep ocean, and what these discoveries mean for the future of both deep-sea creatures and humanity's relationship with the ocean. As we continue to unravel the mystery of life in the ocean's darkest depths, we must delve deeper into the challenges these creatures face, the innovative methods scientists use to study them, and the implications of our expanding presence in the deep ocean. The first and most striking challenge that life faces in the Hadal Zone is the lack of light. Unlike shallow waters where sunlight can penetrate, the Hadal Zone is pitch black. Here, organisms must rely on a variety of extraordinary adaptations to survive. Many species, like the anglerfish, use bioluminescence not just for communication but to hunt. The glowing lure on the anglerfish's head attracts prey, drawing them into range of its massive gaping mouth. This bioluminescent ability is not unique to predators. Some prey species, such as certain types of squid, have evolved to produce light as well, confusing their predators or attracting mates. The light is produced by special proteins in their bodies called photoproteins, which allow them to harness chemical reactions that emit light. While bioluminescence is one of the most well-known adaptations in the deep, it is far from the only one. To withstand the crushing pressure, many deep-sea creatures have evolved gelatinous bodies that lack bones and cartilage, which would collapse under the pressure. These soft bodies allow them to withstand the pressures of the Hadal Zone, sometimes over 1,000 times greater than those found at sea level. The lack of rigid skeletons and the high concentration of water in their tissues enable these creatures to endure the immense pressure which would otherwise squash rigid-bodied organisms. But pressure isn't the only environmental factor these creatures must adapt to. The ocean's depths are also incredibly cold, with temperatures hovering just above freezing. At these depths, metabolism slows down, making it challenging for organisms to maintain the energy required to move and survive. To combat this, many creatures have adapted cold-resistant enzymes and proteins that help maintain normal metabolic function despite the extreme temperatures. These adaptations allow them to survive in the coldest parts of the planet, where survival would otherwise be impossible. The deep sea is also one of the most food-scarce environments on Earth. The primary food source for creatures in the Hadal Zone is marine snow, organic matter that falls from the upper layers of the ocean. This material, which includes dead plankton, plant matter, and other organic detritus, descends from the surface waters to the deep, where it provides the vital nutrients for deep-sea ecosystems. Yet, because food is sparse and intermittent, deep-sea creatures have developed ingenious ways to obtain nourishment. Some organisms, like certain species of shrimp and tube worms, rely on chemosynthesis instead of photosynthesis. They utilize chemicals emitted by underwater volcanoes or hydrothermal vents to create their own food, converting the chemicals into organic matter that they can consume. This process, which relies on sulfur compounds rather than sunlight, is key to supporting life in an environment where sunlight does not penetrate. Without this ability to harness the energy from chemicals in the environment, life in the deepest parts of the ocean would not be possible. Despite their adaptability, these creatures are not immune to the impacts of human activity. Overfishing, pollution, and most notably, deep-sea mining are rapidly changing the environment. The introduction of toxic substances into the deep ocean, the destruction of habitats through mining, and the increasing noise pollution from human activities have already begun to affect these delicate ecosystems. In many ways, these deep-sea organisms, which have existed in isolation for millions of years, are now facing an unprecedented set of threats from which they have little time to adapt. One of the most alarming impacts of human activity is deep-sea mining. As demand for rare earth metals increases, the push for extracting these resources from the ocean floor has escalated. The ocean floor is rich in minerals like copper, gold, and cobalt, which are essential for producing everything from electronics to renewable energy infrastructure. But extracting these materials from the ocean floor threatens the fragile ecosystems that exist in the deep. Mining operations can destroy habitats, release toxic substances into the water, and generate noise pollution that disrupts the lives of deep-sea creatures. As these creatures rely on their surroundings for survival, even the smallest disruption can have catastrophic consequences. One of the most exciting aspects of modern deep-sea exploration is the role of technology. Advancements in submersible technology and remotely operated vehicles (ROVs) have allowed scientists to explore these previously unreachable parts of the ocean. Submersibles like the Deep Sea Challenger, piloted by filmmaker James Cameron in 2012, have allowed researchers to venture deeper into the ocean than ever before, bringing back unprecedented footage and specimens from the Hadal Zone. These technological breakthroughs have not only provided us with new insights into the biology of these deep-sea organisms, but also sparked a renewed interest in deep-sea exploration and conservation. With the advent of new technology, scientists are able to conduct more precise studies of deep-sea ecosystems, uncovering creatures that have evolved to live in the most extreme conditions on Earth. In recent years, new species of deep-sea fish, shrimp, and even crabs have been discovered, many of which possess remarkable adaptations that challenge our understanding of life itself. These discoveries are often made using ROVs, which can explore the deepest parts of the ocean while transmitting real-time data to researchers on the surface. With this technology, scientists have also been able to observe the social behavior of deep-sea creatures, revealing that some species exhibit complex interactions, such as cooperative hunting or territorial disputes, behaviors that were previously unknown. Furthermore, the deep sea has the potential to revolutionize our understanding of biology and medicine. Many of the enzymes and proteins found in deep-sea organisms are of interest to researchers because they have unique properties that could be used in medical applications. For example, certain enzymes found in extremophiles organisms that thrive in extreme environments have applications in biotechnology, such as in the development of new antibiotics or treatments for diseases. The properties of these enzymes, which allow organisms to survive in the harshest conditions, may one day lead to breakthroughs in medicine, drug development, and even the preservation of biological material. As we continue to explore the deepest parts of our oceans, we are uncovering more about the resilience and adaptability of life. The creatures that inhabit these dark pressurized depths have challenged our understanding of biology and survival. They thrive in conditions that seem utterly hostile to life, and yet they persist, each adaptation a testament to the power of evolution. The more we learn about the deepest dwelling creatures, the more we realize how fragile these ecosystems are. The deep ocean remains one of the least understood and most remote environments on Earth, and the creatures that inhabit it are among the most enigmatic on the planet. Our exploration of this alien world is just beginning, and it will take time to fully comprehend the complexity and vulnerability of these deep-sea ecosystems. As we venture into the future, it is crucial that we consider the impact of human activities on these fragile environments and work to preserve the incredible creatures that call the ocean's depths their home. In the final section of this chapter, we will examine the future of deep-sea exploration, the potential for new discoveries, and how science and technology can help protect these unique and irreplaceable ecosystems. Chapter 6. The Return of the Lazarus Species. Animals that came back from the dead. The concept of species that return from extinction is one of nature's most intriguing mysteries. These creatures defy the conventional wisdom of biology and evolution, leading scientists to ask, how do some animals survive the unforgiving forces of nature and reappear after seemingly disappearing forever? The term Lazarus species refers to animals or plants that were thought to be extinct, only to be rediscovered after many years. Their return challenges our understanding of extinction, survival, and the resilience of life itself. This phenomenon is not only fascinating but also raises crucial questions about the patterns of life on Earth, environmental change, and how we define extinction. Lazarus species are a reminder that extinction is not always a permanent condition. The classic example of a Lazarus species is the coelacanth, a deep-sea fish that was believed to have vanished from the Earth around 66 million years ago. During the age of the dinosaurs, the coelacanth was thought to be a living fossil, a species that existed long before humans walked the Earth. Its sudden rediscovery in 1938, off the coast of South Africa, by a local fisherman shocked the scientific community. This creature, which had survived for millions of years in the ocean's depths, had been considered extinct for decades, with no evidence to suggest otherwise. The coelacanth's return is not just an exciting scientific discovery, but also a symbol of nature's mysterious ability to conceal and preserve life in the most unexpected places. The coelacanth isn't the only species to have defied extinction. Another remarkable Lazarus species is the New Zealand rock wren, a bird that was thought to have disappeared in the mid-20th century due to habitat destruction and introduced predators. However, in the early 2000s, biologists discovered that small isolated populations of the wren had managed to survive in the remote, inaccessible mountains of New Zealand. These birds had remained hidden from human eyes for decades, evading extinction by adapting to their changing environment. Their rediscovery highlights the resilience of life, particularly in areas where human activity is minimal or non-existent. One of the most fascinating aspects of Lazarus species is the idea that they have been living in a sort of biological time capsule. Many of these species survive in isolated or hard-to-reach locations, such as deep oceans, remote caves, or dense jungles, where human interference is minimal. These places act as refuges, where species can continue to exist without the pressures of modern-day environmental changes. For instance, the giant squid, another Lazarus species, was once thought to be a mythical creature of legend. Only in the 20th century did scientists confirm its existence, and its continued survival in the depths of the ocean remains a mystery. But not all Lazarus species have remained in remote or unexplored areas. Some have returned in areas that were once heavily impacted by human activity, only to surprise scientists by adapting to the new environmental conditions. The case of the Yangtze giant softshell turtle is a striking example. Once believed to be extinct in the wild, this massive freshwater turtle was rediscovered in a small isolated lake in China. The turtle's return brought attention to the resilience of species that may survive in isolated pockets, even in regions where habitat loss, pollution, and overexploitation have drastically reduced their populations. The fact that some species have managed to survive for centuries, only to reappear long after being thought extinct, raises important questions about our understanding of extinction and the survival of life on Earth. Historically, extinction has been viewed as a one-way process, irreversible and final. However, Lazarus species show us that life is far more complicated than that. Their return suggests that extinction, in some cases, might be a reversible process, and that species can survive in hidden refuges, isolated from the pressures of a changing world. While the rediscovery of Lazarus species is undoubtedly exciting, it also reveals how little we truly know about the diversity of life on Earth. Despite centuries of scientific exploration and the rapid expansion of our knowledge, there are still areas of the planet that remain largely unexplored, particularly the ocean depths, remote islands, and underground habitats. As long as there are places on Earth that are difficult for humans to access, the possibility of rediscovering long-lost species remains alive. This idea of hidden survival and the existence of unknown life forms speaks to a fundamental truth about the natural world. It is far more resilient and adaptable than we often give it credit for. Lazarus species challenge the idea that once a species is gone, it's gone forever. They remind us that life in its many forms can be much more tenacious and mysterious than we imagine. Moreover, the return of these species forces scientists to reevaluate how we define extinction itself. The traditional view of extinction is based on the assumption that once a species is no longer found in the wild, it has vanished for good. But Lazarus species show that this is not necessarily the case. The rediscovery of these animals implies that there may be other species currently living in isolation, waiting to be rediscovered. It also suggests that we may need to rethink our strategies for conservation, especially for species that are critically endangered. If certain species can survive undetected for years, it's possible that conservation efforts can still succeed in preserving them, even when they appear to be on the brink of disappearing forever. Another important lesson from the Lazarus species is that many of these animals survived because they were able to adapt to their changing environments. The New Zealand rock wren, for example, survived by retreating to remote and inaccessible areas, where they were able to avoid the pressures of introduced predators and habitat destruction. Similarly, the coelacanths survived by living in deep cold ocean waters that were less affected by human activity. These adaptations speak to the remarkable ability of life to endure and evolve, even in the most extreme circumstances. It is this ability to adapt that may hold the key to preventing other species from becoming extinct. The return of Lazarus species also highlights the role of human intervention in both the extinction and survival of species. In some cases, the rediscovery of these animals has been aided by conservation efforts. For instance, the Yangtze giant softshell turtle's rediscovery was followed by intensive conservation programs aimed at protecting the species and preventing its extinction. This underscores the importance of active conservation strategies in preserving biodiversity and ensuring that species have a chance to survive. In the second part of this chapter, we will explore more examples of Lazarus species, their remarkable returns, and the scientific breakthroughs that have helped uncover their secrets. We will also examine the role that human activity plays in both the extinction and survival of species, and how we can apply these lessons to modern-day conservation efforts. Through these stories, we will gain a deeper understanding of the resilience of life on Earth, and the ongoing mystery of species that have come back from the dead. As we continue exploring the phenomenon of Lazarus species, it's clear that their return not only alters our understanding of extinction, but also reshapes the very foundation of biology, conservation, and the resilience of life. The rediscovery of these species brings forth deeper insights into the adaptability of organisms, the unforeseen potential of Earth's ecosystems, and the role humans play in both facilitating and hindering species survival. The mysteries surrounding Lazarus species provoke a wealth of questions, each discovery building on the idea that life is far more resilient than we previously thought. The role of human intervention is a crucial factor in many Lazarus species stories. While some species returned entirely by chance, many owe their reappearance to the efforts of conservationists and researchers. For example, the discovery of the Jamaican petrel, a seabird once thought to be extinct, is a direct result of targeted conservation initiatives. In the 1990s, biologists launched an expedition to the remote mountains of Jamaica, where they believed the bird might still exist, hidden from the human eye for decades. They found a small population of these elusive birds, now the focus of intensive recovery programs. The story of the Jamaican petrel exemplifies the power of conservation strategies in reviving a species that many had written off as lost to history. Similarly, the rediscovery of the woolly mammoth remains a compelling chapter in the Lazarus narrative. Although the woolly mammoth is not yet living, the potential to bring it back through genetic engineering has captured the public's imagination. In recent years, advancements in biotechnology have allowed scientists to extract DNA from preserved mammoth carcasses found in permafrost. Researchers at the Harvard-based Geneticist Project are exploring how to introduce mammoth genes into the DNA of modern elephants, in a bid to resurrect this extinct species. Though it remains to be seen whether this project will succeed, the pursuit highlights how human innovation, paired with biological advances, may rewrite the rules of extinction. Yet, the return of Lazarus species is not always tied to human intervention. The story of the spined loach is a fascinating example of a species that seemingly came back from the brink without outside help. Thought to have disappeared from Europe by the early 20th century, this freshwater fish was rediscovered in a remote part of France in 2007. Scientists believe the fish had survived in isolated pockets of freshwater, evading detection for over a century. This case presents a unique angle on the Lazarus phenomenon. Species can survive for long periods without human knowledge, and the act of rediscovery is more about human awareness than the animals themselves. One of the most critical aspects of the Lazarus species phenomenon is understanding the hidden refuges that allow these creatures to persist long after their presumed extinction. The rediscovery of the living fossil fish, the coelacanth, in 1938 raised new questions about the availability of deep-sea refuges that we are just beginning to understand. While the ocean depths remain largely unexplored, it's believed that some species can survive in these untouched ecosystems, away from the destructive forces of human activity. The coelacanth's habitat in the deep waters off the coast of Africa and Indonesia may have kept it hidden from scientists for millions of years. Yet, the deep sea is still far from a complete mystery, and as technology advances, we may continue to uncover hidden pockets where species thought extinct continue to thrive. The depths of the oceans are not the only places where Lazarus species persist. Isolated islands, remote mountain ranges, and even underground caves often serve as refuge for species that have managed to avoid extinction by retreating into areas that humans find difficult to access. The giant panda, once thought to be disappearing rapidly from the face of the earth, has managed to survive in isolated bamboo forests far from the reach of development. Similarly, the giant squid, which for centuries existed only as myth, has thrived in the deep dark waters far below human reach, remaining hidden from sight until modern technology uncovered its existence. This tendency for species to retreat into hard-to-reach places speaks to the incredible adaptability of life. It challenges traditional thinking about extinction and survival. Instead of seeing extinction as an irreversible event, Lazarus species suggest that life may simply be biding its time, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. And even more remarkably, these species do not always return unchanged. The creatures that come back from extinction are often found in new altered environments. The creatures that survive in remote refuges might have adapted to new conditions, evolving in ways that allow them to thrive where others perished. Another revelation brought on by the study of Lazarus species is the role that environmental change plays in both the extinction and survival of species. When we think of extinction, we often associate it with the collapse of ecosystems, like the mass extinctions that occurred at the end of the Cretaceous period. Yet, Lazarus species show that some organisms are capable of weathering these environmental upheavals, finding ways to survive when ecosystems shift dramatically. These survivors often retreat to less hospitable corners of the Earth, where the pressures of climate change, habitat destruction, and competition for resources are less pronounced. The continued survival of these species could provide us with critical insights into the future of conservation. The fact that certain species are able to persist even when their natural habitats disappear demonstrates a unique capacity for adaptation. This means that conservation efforts must be just as adaptable. Protecting habitats isn't just about preserving the status quo. It's about creating ecosystems where species can evolve and continue to survive. It's also about understanding that extinction is a process that can be slowed, reversed, or altered by the actions we take today. The impact of Lazarus species on conservation science extends beyond the animals themselves. These rediscoveries call into question the effectiveness of our extinction predictions and the accuracy of our environmental assessments. For decades, scientists have made educated guesses about which species are on the verge of extinction. Yet the reappearance of species thought long gone proves how much is still unknown. It is possible that many more species, hidden away in unexplored parts of the planet, are still waiting to be discovered. These revelations call for a more nuanced understanding of biodiversity, and the need for a more proactive, rather than reactive, approach to conservation. As we continue to explore the Lazarus phenomenon, it becomes evident that the story of life on Earth is far from over. The rediscovery of these remarkable species is just one chapter in a larger narrative, one that reminds us of the resilience of life and the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of our planet. The re-emergence of species like the Yangtze giant softshell turtle, or the spined loach challenges the idea that extinction is final. Instead, it suggests that the line between life and death is not always as clear-cut as we once believed. In the third and final part of this chapter, we will delve deeper into the ongoing conservation efforts aimed at protecting these rare and resilient species. We will explore how the scientific community is using these rediscoveries as a blueprint for protecting other endangered species, and how technology is enhancing our ability to find and protect animals on the brink of extinction. The mystery of Lazarus species continues to unfold, revealing that perhaps extinction is not the end of the story, but only the beginning. Chapter 7. The parasites that take over their hosts. Nature's ultimate puppeteers, parasites are some of the most effective manipulators in the natural world. Unlike predators that rely on speed, strength, or venom, parasites exert control in a more insidious way, by taking over their hosts from the inside. These organisms have evolved strategies so advanced that they can alter the behavior, physiology, and even the decision-making of their hosts. Some turn their victims into mindless slaves, while others force them into suicidal actions that benefit only the parasite. One of the most well-documented examples is Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, a fungal parasite that targets ants. Once an ant is infected, the fungus spreads through its body, releasing compounds that override its brain function. The infected ant is compelled to leave its colony and climb to a high point on a plant, where it locks its jaws onto a leaf or stem. The fungus then kills the ant and erupts from its body, releasing spores that rain down onto more ants below, continuing the cycle. This level of control is so precise that infected ants almost always die at the exact humidity and temperature conditions optimal for fungal growth. The jewel wasp, Ampulex compressor, demonstrates an even more direct form of mind control. This wasp seeks out cockroaches as hosts for its larvae, but instead of killing its prey immediately, it injects a neurotoxin directly into the cockroach's brain. This venom blocks the cockroach's ability to initiate movement, rendering it docile but still alive. The wasp then leads the cockroach, now unable to resist, into a burrow, where it lays an egg on its body. The cockroach remains passive as the larva hatches and slowly consumes it from the inside, ensuring the wasp offspring has a fresh food source. Another disturbing case is Toxoplasma gondii, a protozoan parasite that manipulates mammalian behavior. This parasite's primary goal is to infect cats, where it can reproduce. However, it often enters rodents first. Once inside a rat or mouse, it alters its brain chemistry, making it attracted to the scent of cat urine instead of fearing it. The infected rodent seeks out areas where cats are present, dramatically increasing the chances of being eaten. Once inside the cat's digestive system, the parasite completes its life cycle. What makes Toxoplasma gondii even more alarming is its ability to infect humans. Studies have linked it to behavioral changes, including increased risk-taking, changes in personality, and even a potential connection to mental disorders such as schizophrenia. Research suggests that nearly 1/3 of the global human population carries latent Toxoplasma gondii infections, raising the question of how much influence parasites may have over human behavior. In the deep ocean, a parasite known as Chimathoa exigua takes control in a different way. This isopod enters a fish's mouth through its gills and attaches itself to the fish's tongue. Over time, it siphons off so much blood from the tongue that the organ withers away. Instead of killing the fish outright, the parasite then takes the tongue's place, functioning as a living replacement. The fish continues to eat, unaware that its own tongue has been replaced by an intruder. This is the only known case of a parasite functionally replacing an organ in its host. Beyond individual cases, parasitic control plays a significant role in entire ecosystems. The lancet liver fluke, Dicrocoelium dendriticum, has a complex life cycle involving multiple hosts, including snails, ants, and grazing mammals like cattle or deer. Once inside an ant, the parasite manipulates its host into clamping onto the tip of a blade of grass at night, greatly increasing the chances of being eaten by a grazing animal. This precise timing is crucial. If the ant were exposed to the sun, it would die from heat, so the parasite temporarily releases its control during the day, allowing the ant to return to normal behavior until nighttime, when it climbs the grass again. These parasites have evolved to target specific species, infiltrate their bodies, and hijack their nervous systems with an almost surgical precision. Their methods raise deep questions about the nature of free will, autonomy, and biological control. If simple parasites can override fundamental survival instincts, what does this say about the complexity of neurological processes? How many behaviors in the animal kingdom, and even in humans, are influenced by unseen forces operating from within? Parasites have been shaping evolution for millions of years. Hosts develop defenses, only for parasites to evolve more advanced strategies in response. This arms race has driven some of the most bizarre and sophisticated biological mechanisms on the planet. Parasites have altered the social structures of species, influenced mating behaviors, and even impacted population control. In part 2 of this chapter, we will explore the long-term consequences of parasitic manipulation, the impact of parasites on human society, and the ways in which modern science is uncovering new methods of detecting, controlling, and even harnessing parasites for medical and technological advancements. These creatures may be some of nature's most ruthless controllers, but they are also unlocking new frontiers in biology, neuroscience, and medicine. Parasitic mind control is not just a biological curiosity. It is a powerful force that influences ecosystems, species survival, and even human society. The ability of parasites to manipulate behavior has shaped evolution, forcing host species to develop countermeasures, while parasites continue refining their strategies. This endless evolutionary arms race has led to some of the most bizarre and intricate survival mechanisms on Earth. One striking consequence of parasitic manipulation is its role in regulating populations. When parasites infect a species in large numbers, they can control population booms by reducing reproductive success or making infected individuals more vulnerable to predation. This is evident in Toxoplasma gondii, which ensures that infected rodents are more likely to be eaten by cats, preventing their population from growing unchecked. Similarly, the Lancet liver fluke uses ants to reach grazing mammals, maintaining balance between herbivore populations and their environment. These parasites act as unseen regulators, ensuring no single species dominates an ecosystem. The impact of parasites extends beyond individual hosts, altering entire food chains. Consider Euhyporchus californiensis, a trematode parasite that infects fish and birds along coastal wetlands. Inside the brain of a fish, the parasite suppresses natural fear responses, making the fish more likely to swim near the surface and perform erratic movements. This greatly increases the chance of predation by birds, which serve as the parasite's next host. By influencing fish behavior, the parasite indirectly affects bird populations, predator-prey relationships, and the dynamics of entire aquatic ecosystems. Parasites also manipulate reproduction. Cystocephalus solidus, a tapeworm that infects stickleback fish, alters the fish's immune system and hormonal balance to make it more willing to take risks. Infected fish swim in open water instead of hiding, increasing the likelihood of being eaten by a bird where the parasite matures. Even more disturbingly, the parasite hijacks the fish's reproductive system, causing it to divert energy away from producing offspring and towards sustaining the parasite's growth. The implications are clear. Parasites do not just influence individual survival, they determine which genes are passed on to future generations. The study of parasitic manipulation has revealed deeper questions about human behavior. Toxoplasma gondii, for example, does not only affect rodents. Studies suggest that humans infected with toxoplasma exhibit subtle behavioral changes, including increased risk-taking and changes in personality. Some researchers have linked the parasite to higher rates of impulsivity, mental disorders, and even car accidents. Though the effects in humans remain a subject of debate, the idea that a microscopic organism could influence decision-making on a societal level is unsettling. Beyond biology, parasites have shaped human history. The guinea worm, Dracunculus medinensis, once widespread in Africa and Asia, infected humans by burrowing through the skin and emerging in painful burning lesions. To relieve the pain, infected individuals often submerged their limbs in water, unknowingly releasing thousands of larvae, ensuring the cycle continued. This parasite debilitated entire communities, affecting agriculture, military campaigns, and economic stability. The eradication of the guinea worm, now close to being complete, marks one of the few cases in history where a human-driven effort has nearly wiped out a parasitic species. Modern medicine has turned to parasites for solutions to some of today's most challenging diseases. Researchers have explored the use of hookworms to treat autoimmune disorders by modulating the immune system. Other parasites such as Plasmodium, the malaria-causing parasite, have led to breakthroughs in understanding how pathogens evade immune responses, shaping vaccine research. The same adaptations that make parasites so effective at survival are now being studied for potential medical applications. Parasitic control even has implications for artificial intelligence and neuroscience. Scientists studying how parasites alter host behavior have drawn parallels between biological manipulation and how neural networks can be artificially influenced. Understanding how parasites override fear responses, decision-making, and social behavior may lead to insights into treating neurological conditions like PTSD, depression, and addiction. Despite their often gruesome methods, parasites play a fundamental role in maintaining balance in nature. They regulate populations, drive evolution, and challenge our understanding of free will. Their influence extends beyond biology into medicine, psychology, and even technology. The more we uncover about these ultimate puppeteers, the clearer it becomes. Parasitic manipulation is not just a grotesque feature of nature, but a force that has shaped life itself. The next time we consider who or what is truly in control, we must also account for the invisible parasites that have been silently pulling the strings for millions of years. Chapter 8. The animal that can survive in outer space. For centuries, scientists have searched for life forms that could endure the extreme conditions of space, freezing temperatures, intense radiation, and the vacuum of the cosmos makes survival seemingly impossible. Yet, one microscopic creature has defied all expectations. The tardigrade, also known as the water bear, is one of the toughest organisms on Earth, capable of surviving in conditions that would instantly kill most other life forms. Tardigrades are tiny, measuring between 0.3 to 0.5 millimeters, with a segmented body and 8 stubby legs tipped with claws. Despite their unassuming appearance, they possess survival abilities unmatched by any known animal. They are found in every environment on Earth, from the deep sea to mountain tops, from scorching deserts to the frozen Antarctic. But what makes them truly extraordinary is their ability to survive in outer space. In 2007, a European Space Agency mission sent tardigrades into low Earth orbit, exposing them to the vacuum of space and unfiltered cosmic radiation. When scientists retrieved the samples, they discovered that many tardigrades had not only survived but also fully recovered and reproduced after rehydration. This marked the first recorded case of an animal surviving direct exposure to space. Tardigrades achieve this by entering a state known as cryptobiosis. In extreme conditions, they expel nearly all the water from their bodies, shrink and curl into a dried-up form called a ton. In this state, metabolism drops to 0.01% of its normal rate, making them appear dead. Yet, when reintroduced to water, they revive and return to full function within hours, as if nothing had happened. Radiation is one of the biggest threats to life in space. High-energy cosmic rays damage DNA and cellular structures, yet tardigrades have evolved mechanisms to withstand thousands of times the radiation levels that would kill humans. They produce a unique damage-suppressing protein, called DSIP, which protects their DNA from breaking apart under radiation exposure. This discovery has led to research on applying DSIP proteins in human cells to enhance radiation resistance, a potential breakthrough for space travel and medicine. Extreme temperatures are another deadly challenge in space. Tardigrades have been frozen to -272 degrees Celsius, just 1 degree above absolute zero, and still revived. They have also endured temperatures over 150 degrees Celsius, hotter than boiling water. No other animal known to science can survive such a broad range of extreme temperatures. Tardigrades have also survived exposure to high-pressure environments. They can withstand pressures up to 6,000 times atmospheric pressure, surpassing the deepest ocean trenches. Their resilience suggests that if similar microscopic organisms exist on exoplanets or moons like Europa or Enceladus, they too might have evolved similar survival strategies. The resilience of tardigrades has reshaped the search for extraterrestrial life. Their ability to endure radiation, vacuum and extreme temperatures means that similar life forms could exist beyond Earth. If microscopic organisms can survive in the harshest places on Earth and even space, the possibility of life on other planets becomes more likely. Despite their small size, tardigrades have challenged what scientists thought was biologically possible. Their unique survival mechanisms are now being studied for potential applications in medicine, space exploration, and biotechnology. As researchers continue to unravel their secrets, these tiny creatures may hold the key to understanding life's limits and the potential for humans to survive beyond Earth. This is the creature that defies death, that can outlast the harshest environments known to science, a being so resilient that even the vacuum of space could not claim it. But the real question remains: how far can life like this go? Could tardigrades or something like them exist beyond our world? Could they already be waiting on some distant planet, thriving in the unimaginable cold and darkness? The answers lie in the continued exploration of both these creatures and the universe itself. Tardigrades have pushed the boundaries of what we consider survivable. Their resilience is not just a biological marvel but also a gateway to scientific advancements with far-reaching consequences. One of the most significant applications of tardigrade research is in human space travel. The greatest obstacle to deep space missions is radiation. Cosmic rays and solar radiation penetrate spacecraft walls, causing DNA damage that leads to cancer and cell death. Tardigrades, however, have evolved to repair their DNA and shield it with protective proteins like DSIP. Scientists are now studying ways to integrate these mechanisms into human cells. If successful, future astronauts could be genetically modified to withstand deep space radiation, making long-term missions to Mars and beyond safer. The biotechnology industry is also looking at tardigrades for organ preservation. In medical emergencies, organ transplants must happen quickly or the tissue deteriorates. By mimicking the cryptobiosis of tardigrades, scientists are developing ways to dry and store human organs without freezing, dramatically extending their shelf life. This could revolutionize transplant medicine, allowing organs to be transported across continents or even stored for future use. Another frontier is food security. Crops are vulnerable to drought, extreme temperatures, and soil degradation. If tardigrade genes responsible for cryptobiosis can be introduced into plants, we could create crops that can survive long periods without water. This technology could combat food shortages in regions affected by climate change, ensuring stable agricultural production despite worsening environmental conditions. Beyond Earth, the question arises, could tardigrades colonize space? If humans ever terraform planets, we will need hardy microorganisms to kickstart ecosystems. Tardigrades, with their unparalleled resilience, are prime candidates for seeding life on barren worlds. In fact, they may have already begun this process. In 2019, a lunar lander carrying dehydrated tardigrades crashed on the moon. Some speculate that these creatures might have survived the impact, lying dormant in the lunar dust. If one day revived, they would become the first animals to live beyond Earth. Tardigrades also raise the possibility of panspermia, the theory that life spreads across planets via asteroids and space debris. If life forms as tough as tardigrades can survive the vacuum of space, could microbes from distant planets have arrived on Earth in a similar way? This challenges our understanding of how life originated and whether we are alone in the universe. Despite their near indestructibility, tardigrades are not completely invincible. In 2020, researchers tested their survival against impact forces similar to asteroid collisions. While they withstood lower speeds at 3,000 meters per second, the impact shattered them beyond recovery. This suggests that while tardigrades could survive in space, they might not endure the violent journey of an asteroid impact. Even so, their resistance to extreme conditions continues to make them one of the strongest candidates for interplanetary survival. As research advances, the tardigrade may hold the key to unlocking the next stage of human evolution. If we can harness its abilities, we could create organisms, including humans, capable of enduring extreme environments. The implications stretch far beyond space travel. We could become resistant to radiation, survive longer without food or water, and even extend human lifespan by slowing biological aging, much like tardigrades do in cryptobiosis. The discovery of an animal that can survive in space forces us to rethink the limits of life. It challenges our assumptions about biology and opens doors to technologies that could change the future of medicine, agriculture, and space exploration. The secrets of the tardigrade are only beginning to be unraveled. What else might nature be hiding? And if such creatures exist on Earth, what could be waiting for us in the depths of space? The search for answers continues. Chapter 9. The supercolonies of the natural world. In the animal kingdom, survival is often dictated by competition, but in some cases, organisms achieve dominance through cooperation, on a scale so massive that it defies logic. Supercolonies, vast interconnected networks of individuals, exist in a handful of species, reshaping entire ecosystems, and challenging our understanding of collective intelligence. One of the most well-documented supercolonies belongs to the Argentine antlion Pythima humel. Native to South America, this species has spread across the globe, establishing what may be the largest known cooperative network of insects. In 2000, researchers discovered that Argentine ants in Europe, Japan, and California all belong to the same global megacolony. Unlike most ant species, which defend their territory aggressively, these ants recognize each other across continents, allowing them to function as a single entity. This global coordination has given them a nearly unstoppable advantage, allowing them to outcompete native species and take over entire ecosystems. Supercolonies are not just a product of insects. In the depths of the ocean, coral reefs function as massive, interlinked biological superstructures. Corals are not single organisms, but colonies of tiny polyps that clone themselves endlessly, forming vast underwater cities. The Great Barrier Reef, stretching over 2,300 kilometers, is the largest coral supercolony on Earth, housing over 9,000 species, and acting as a keystone ecosystem for marine life. Despite appearing static, corals exhibit forms of cooperation and resilience, similar to insect supercolonies, working together to sustain their shared habitat. Perhaps the most extreme example of a true animal supercolony is found in fungal networks. Guiarmalaria ostoyae, a species of honey fungus, is the largest known organism on Earth. A single colony in Oregon's Malheur National Forest spans over 8.9 square kilometers, making it the size of a city. This fungal supercolony is thousands of years old, growing underground and spreading through tree roots. Unlike insect colonies that rely on individual workers, Armillaria operates through a vast network of underground filaments, enabling it to consume entire forests, while remaining largely invisible. What makes supercolonies so successful? The answer lies in their ability to function as decentralized systems. While individual members of a supercolony have no awareness of the larger structure, their collective behavior follows patterns that resemble highly efficient networks. Ants and termites build intricate tunnel systems, with optimized airflow, mirroring modern architectural cooling designs. Coral reefs adjust their growth to maximize sunlight exposure, much like solar panel arrays. Fungal supercolonies transport nutrients through underground highways, resembling internet data flow. This raises profound questions about intelligence. Are supercolonies truly intelligent, or do they merely follow programmed instincts? Scientists studying Argentine ants have found that their decision-making processes resemble neural networks, similar to how the human brain processes information. No single ant makes strategic decisions, yet the colony as a whole adapts to challenges with sophisticated problem-solving skills. Some researchers speculate that insect supercolonies function like a single, distributed intelligence, operating at a scale far beyond any individual organism. The impact of supercolonies extends beyond their immediate environment. Invasive species like Argentine ants destabilize ecosystems, wiping out native insect populations, and causing ripple effects that alter food chains. Coral reefs, despite being highly resilient, are vulnerable to climate change, and their destruction would lead to the collapse of entire marine ecosystems. Fungal supercolonies, while largely hidden, play a critical role in decomposition and nutrient cycling, shaping the very structure of forests. As we continue to study these extraordinary networks, we begin to see that nature is not simply a collection of independent organisms, but a web of deeply interconnected systems. The dominance of supercolonies forces us to reconsider the true nature of power in the natural world. They challenge traditional notions of individual survival, and instead demonstrate that cooperation on a massive scale can be the ultimate survival strategy. But there is more to uncover. How do these supercolonies expand? What are their limits? And could similar principles be applied to human societies, artificial intelligence, or even space colonization? In the next part, we will explore the hidden mechanisms that allow supercolonies to thrive, and what their existence tells us about the future of complex systems on Earth. Supercolonies do not simply exist, they expand, adapt, and evolve in ways that make them some of the most dominant forces in their ecosystems. That this level of expansion comes with consequences, for rival species, for entire environments, and even for human civilization. Invasive supercolonies are among the most destructive forces in nature. The Argentine ant supercolony, which spans multiple continents, has decimated native insect populations wherever it spreads. By working together on a global scale, these ants overwhelm local ant species, monopolizing food resources, and throwing entire ecosystems into imbalance. Studies have shown that when Argentine ants invade an area, the decline of native insects leads to a chain reaction. Bird species that rely on those insects decline, plant pollination patterns shift, and entire ecosystems weaken. Even more unsettling is the lack of internal competition within a supercolony. In normal ant colonies, rival queens and worker factions fight for dominance, ensuring only the strongest survive. But in supercolonies, cooperative behavior eliminates conflict, making them far more efficient and harder to stop. Scientists attempting to control invasive Argentine ants have found that traditional methods of disruption, such as using rival ant species, fail because the supercolony operates as a single unified network, adapting faster than any isolated group could. The same principle applies to fungal supercolonies, which spread through underground networks that defy easy containment. The Armillaria ostoyae in Oregon continues to expand, slowly consuming its host trees. Unlike other forest fungi that decompose dead material, this supercolony actively kills healthy trees, creating vast ghost forests in its wake. Its underground filaments, or mycelial networks, extend for kilometers, making it nearly impossible to stop without wiping out entire sections of the forest. Coral reef supercolonies present a different but equally complex challenge. The Great Barrier Reef, the largest living structure on Earth, is under severe threat due to rising ocean temperatures. Coral bleaching events, caused by extreme heat, have killed nearly half of the reef's coral cover in the past 3 decades. Unlike invasive ant or fungal colonies, coral supercolonies are vulnerable to human-induced environmental changes. While individual polyps are resilient, the interconnected nature of the reef means that when one section weakens, it can trigger a cascade of collapse throughout the entire system. Despite their dominance, supercolonies are not invincible. Their success depends on environmental stability, and when conditions change too rapidly, even the strongest networks can break down. In some cases, the very scale of a supercolony becomes its weakness. Argentine ants have spread across continents, but scientists have discovered genetic bottlenecks, a lack of diversity within a global supercolony. This uniformity makes them vulnerable to diseases and specialized predators that could exploit their genetic weaknesses. For human societies, studying supercolonies has profound implications. Their decentralized organization resembles the structure of the internet, financial markets, and even artificial intelligence networks. Just like an ant supercolony, modern AI systems are built on distributed decision-making, where no single node controls the entire system. This raises questions about whether similar principles could be used to design more efficient human infrastructures, from city planning to global economies. Even space exploration could take cues from supercolonies. The concept of modular, self-replicating systems, where individual units function autonomously, but contribute to a greater whole, could be the key to long-term survival on other planets. A future Martian colony, for example, might be structured like a fungal supercolony, with underground networks distributing resources automatically, rather than relying on centralized human oversight. The existence of supercolonies forces us to reconsider how power, intelligence, and survival work in nature. They challenge the idea that dominance comes from individual strength. Instead, they show that true power lies in cooperation, adaptability, and collective resilience. But perhaps the most important lesson from supercolonies is that no system is permanent. Argentine ants could face extinction if a biological threat emerges. Coral reefs could collapse if climate change continues unchecked. Even the largest fungal network could eventually be disrupted by environmental shifts. The key to survival is not just expansion, but the ability to adapt faster than the challenges that arise. The natural world has always favored those that work together, outlast competitors, and adapt to change. And as human civilization continues to evolve, we may find that the principles governing the most successful supercolonies are the same ones that will determine our own survival in the future. Chapter 10. How the Arctic survives without sunlight for half the year. The Arctic is a land of extremes. For months at a time, the region experiences polar night, a period during which the sun doesn't rise above the horizon. From October to March, the Arctic is plunged into complete darkness. In this seemingly inhospitable environment, life endures, adapts, and even thrives. How does life survive without sunlight for such a long stretch? This chapter will explore the extraordinary ways in which the Arctic ecosystem manages to not only survive but sustain its diverse life forms under the harshest conditions imaginable. At first glance, the absence of sunlight for half of the year presents a formidable challenge. Sunlight is the primary driver of photosynthesis, the process by which plants and algae convert light into energy. In the Arctic, where the sun doesn't shine for months, one might wonder how the very foundation of the food chain can exist. Yet the Arctic is far from barren. From the smallest plankton to the majestic polar bears, this region is home to complex ecosystems that have adapted to the absence of sunlight. The first question to address is how these ecosystems get their energy. While many regions depend on sunlight to fuel photosynthesis, the Arctic's ecosystems rely on a combination of stored energy, deep-sea nutrient flows, and seasonal bursts of productivity. One of the most critical elements for Arctic survival is the phytoplankton that thrive during the brief summer months when sunlight returns. In these few months, phytoplankton populations explode, creating a massive energy pulse. This explosion of life serves as the foundation of the Arctic food web, feeding everything from krill to marine mammals like seals and whales. Despite the lack of sunlight, certain species in the Arctic have developed ways to utilize other sources of energy. For example, chemosynthesis is the process by which some microbes create energy from chemicals like hydrogen sulfide or methane, rather than light. While this process is more commonly associated with deep-sea hydrothermal vents, recent research has shown that certain Arctic regions, including the seafloor around hydrothermal vents, also support thriving chemosynthetic communities. These microbes form the base of a food chain that doesn't rely on sunlight but on the chemical energy in the environment. The Arctic Ocean, despite being covered by ice, remains surprisingly productive during its dark months. Underneath the ice, the water remains rich with nutrients brought up from the deeper layers of the ocean through a process known as upwelling. This nutrient flow creates a vital source of energy that sustains life during the winter months. For instance, the Arctic cod, which feeds on plankton and other small organisms, relies on these nutrients even when sunlight is absent. The sea ice itself plays a vital role in Arctic ecosystems. While it blocks sunlight, it also serves as a habitat for microscopic life. Algae grow on the underside of the ice, where they can still get the faintest light filtering through the ice. These algae are a critical food source for many species, including krill, which in turn feed fish, seals, and whales. The ice acts as a protective layer, insulating the ecosystem from the brutal winds and cold temperatures above. It also helps trap and recycle nutrients, making them available to the organisms living below. Another fascinating adaptation in the Arctic is how animals have evolved to cope with the darkness. Many species, including polar bears, Arctic foxes, and seals, have developed exceptional sensory abilities that help them navigate and hunt in the perpetual dark. Polar bears, for example, rely heavily on their sense of smell to locate seals beneath the ice, sometimes detecting prey from miles away. This ability is crucial, as visibility is extremely limited during the long winter months. In addition to their physical adaptations, animals in the Arctic have developed behavioral strategies to endure the harsh conditions. For instance, many animals, including the Arctic fox and snowy owl, grow thick fur or feathers that help them survive the cold and dark. These species enter a state of reduced activity during the worst of the winter, conserving energy and minimizing the need to hunt. Perhaps one of the most impressive adaptations is seen in the way that some Arctic species cope with the extreme cold and darkness through hibernation or migration. Species like the Arctic ground squirrel spend the winter in a state of deep hibernation, slowing their metabolism to nearly a standstill. This enables them to conserve energy when food is scarce. Caribou, on the other hand, migrate across vast distances to find food and shelter during the darkest months. Even though the Arctic is defined by its harsh conditions, it is a land where the resilience of life shines through. The region has evolved to cope with extreme cold, darkness, and a lack of sunlight through a combination of energy stored in the environment, unique biological adaptations, and seasonal cycles of life. The key to survival lies in balance, an intricate web of connections between species and their environment that ensures the continuity of life, even under the most extreme conditions. As we continue this journey into the Arctic's mysteries, we will explore how this region's ecosystems manage to thrive despite the constant challenges it faces. From the deep-sea currents that bring nutrients to the surface to the migratory patterns that sustain life, the Arctic's survival without sunlight is a testament to the incredible adaptability of life on Earth. As we continue to unravel the mysteries of the Arctic, it becomes clear that its resilience isn't just about surviving in the dark. It's about adapting in extraordinary ways to the unique environmental challenges it faces. While some ecosystems rely on sunlight to fuel their energy cycles, the Arctic has developed complex, self-sustaining mechanisms that function without it for months at a time. This section will delve deeper into the long-term consequences of this lack of sunlight, the interconnected relationships that allow life to endure, and how these systems continue to evolve to face changing environmental conditions. One of the most intriguing aspects of Arctic survival is how the food chain functions without direct access to sunlight. During the dark months, life in the Arctic depends on nutrient cycling and energy transfer that is independent of the solar-driven processes seen in other ecosystems. Phytoplankton, which fuel the entire Arctic food web, may not thrive in complete darkness, but they still play a critical role in the annual pulse of productivity. These tiny organisms, which thrive in the short Arctic summer, store energy in the form of organic matter, which can sustain the food web during the harsh winter months. This seasonal burst of productivity may be brief, but it is powerful enough to fuel the ecosystem for the remainder of the year. However, the Arctic's reliance on this seasonal energy pulse comes with significant consequences. During the long polar night, many species in the Arctic enter a state of reduced metabolic activity or hibernation. For instance, Arctic seals and whales will consume vast quantities of food during the summer and slow their metabolisms during the dark months to conserve energy. While this strategy allows them to survive, it also means that they must rely on stored fat and previously acquired resources for extended periods, which can be a delicate balance. The Arctic marine ecosystem faces another challenge when it comes to the lack of sunlight. Most organisms in the Arctic are cold-blooded, meaning their internal body temperatures are influenced by the surrounding water. This makes them vulnerable to temperature fluctuations, which have been increasing due to climate change. The Arctic is warming at twice the global average, which is impacting the ice cover, sea temperatures, and the patterns of nutrient upwelling that drive the region's productivity. As the ice melts earlier in the spring, the timing of phytoplankton blooms shifts, which disrupts the delicate balance of the food chain. The consequences of these shifts are becoming more pronounced. As the ice cover diminishes, the once stable food chain is becoming more unpredictable. The Arctic cod, a keystone species in the region, relies on specific conditions to survive, including cold waters and stable sea ice. However, with warming temperatures and more unpredictable ice patterns, the cod population has been under stress, affecting the larger predators like seals and polar bears. This disruption of the food chain is one of the clearest signs that climate change is altering the dynamics of life in the Arctic. In response to these shifts, Arctic species are facing evolutionary pressure to adapt. For example, polar bears have been observed to travel greater distances in search of food as their traditional hunting grounds shift. This increased migration is both a coping mechanism and a survival strategy, but it comes with the risk of polar bears encountering human settlements more frequently, leading to human-wildlife conflict. This changing behavior of polar bears and other species is forcing scientists to reconsider the long-term viability of Arctic ecosystems in the face of rapid climate change. Despite these challenges, some organisms in the Arctic have developed remarkable strategies to withstand the changes. For example, ice algae, which flourish beneath the ice, are some of the most efficient photosynthesizers in the world. These algae survive in extremely low light conditions, using the faint sunlight that filters through the ice. During the short summer, they quickly reproduce, ensuring the Arctic food web is replenished. Even during the polar night, the algae continue to contribute to the ecosystem's energy flow. This persistence of life in the darkest corners of the Earth serves as a testament to the Arctic's biological resilience. Yet, these organisms are not immune to the changes happening around them. Meltwater, the fresh water that flows from the melting ice sheets, is altering the salinity of the waters, affecting species that depend on stable conditions. The shift in the chemical composition of the ocean is causing stress to organisms at the bottom of the food chain, including plankton and crustaceans, which could ripple up through the ecosystem, affecting larger animals. While these disruptions are cause for concern, the adaptive strategies that Arctic life forms have developed are still incredibly effective in the short term. However, as conditions continue to change at an accelerated rate, scientists are uncertain how these species will cope in the long run. The Arctic is not only dealing with the absence of sunlight, but with the compounded effects of global warming, pollution, and habitat destruction. In the coming years, it will be essential to monitor how these ecosystems are changing and whether new strategies emerge in response to these challenges. The Arctic food chain may evolve in unexpected ways, but one thing is certain: its survival relies on the interconnectedness of all species, from the smallest algae to the largest marine mammals. The ecosystem has existed for millennia without sunlight, but the unprecedented pace of change may soon test whether this extraordinary survival system can continue. As we move forward, understanding how the Arctic survives without sunlight is not just a matter of biological curiosity, it's a matter of urgency. The survival of the polar bear, walrus, and countless other species is directly tied to the health of the environment. The Arctic has proven to be a resilient place, but as climate change accelerates, even the most well-adapted species will face new and unprecedented challenges. The next chapters of this story will reveal how the changing Arctic will continue to adapt, or whether some aspects of this unique ecosystem will be lost forever. Chapter 11. The Dead Zone Survivors. Life in places without oxygen. The concept of life without oxygen is a perplexing one. For most of us, oxygen is synonymous with life itself. We breathe it every moment, and it sustains us in ways we often take for granted. However, there are places on Earth where oxygen is either scarce or completely absent, and yet, life continues to thrive in these so-called dead zones. These extreme environments challenge everything we think we know about biology and the survival of life forms. The existence of organisms that survive without oxygen forces us to confront the boundaries of life and survival in the most inhospitable corners of our planet. Dead zones, also known as hypoxic zones, are areas in the world's oceans and lakes where oxygen levels drop to the point where most marine life cannot survive. These zones are often found in places with poor water circulation and high nutrient concentrations, typically caused by human activities such as agricultural runoff. When excess nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus enter the water, they stimulate the growth of algae. As these algae decompose, they consume large amounts of oxygen, creating a hypoxic environment. In these regions, oxygen levels fall below the threshold required for most organisms, rendering these areas virtually lifeless. Yet, amidst the absence of oxygen, a surprising number of life forms persist, adapted to survive in these harsh conditions. The Black Sea is one of the most well-known examples of a dead zone. Located between Europe and Asia, it contains vast expanses of water, where oxygen levels are nearly zero beneath a certain depth. These oxygen-deprived layers of water are home to a unique set of organisms that have evolved to tolerate or even thrive in environments with little or no oxygen. In the deeper regions of the Black Sea where oxygen is completely absent, a group of microbes known as sulfate-reducing bacteria take over. These bacteria use sulfate as an alternative to oxygen, and their metabolism produces hydrogen sulfide, a toxic compound that would be deadly to most other organisms. Yet, these bacteria play a crucial role in the ecosystem by recycling nutrients and maintaining the balance of life in the sea. This adaptation allows life to persist even in the most extreme oxygen-deprived conditions. Another notable example is the dead zone off the coast of the Gulf of Mexico. This region experiences massive seasonal hypoxia, typically around the summer months, when agricultural runoff floods into the water. Despite the oxygen scarcity, a number of species have adapted to live in these areas. Benthic organisms, which live on or near the seafloor, have developed unique survival strategies, such as lowering their metabolic rates or migrating to more hospitable areas when oxygen levels drop. Some fish species like menhaden and croaker are able to survive in the oxygen-deprived waters for extended periods by moving between the hypoxic and normoxic zones. This migration pattern highlights the flexibility and resilience of marine life, even in environments that should by all accounts be uninhabitable. Beyond the oceans, the presence of life in oxygen-deprived environments extends to freshwater systems as well. The Lake Nyos disaster in Cameroon provides a chilling reminder of the destructive potential of oxygen-deprived zones. In 1986, a massive eruption of carbon dioxide from the depths of Lake Nyos suffocated over 1,700 people living nearby. This event occurred because the lake, which had been accumulating carbon dioxide for centuries, experienced a sudden release of gas, creating a deadly cloud that engulfed the surrounding area. Despite the catastrophic event, life continues to persist at the bottom of the lake, where high concentrations of carbon dioxide remain. The organisms that inhabit the lower depths of the lake have adapted to high levels of this gas, utilizing it in place of oxygen to survive. Life in oxygen-deprived environments is not limited to microbial organisms. There are also larger, more complex creatures that have evolved unique adaptations to cope with low or absent oxygen levels. Fish species in the Amazon River, for example, have developed the ability to breathe air when oxygen levels in the water drop. These fish, such as the piranha and catfish, have specialized organs that allow them to extract oxygen from the air, essentially breathing in the same way that terrestrial animals do. This adaptation allows them to survive in stagnant waters, where oxygen is often scarce, and to avoid the death zones that can arise during dry seasons. The survival mechanisms of these organisms are fascinating and diverse. Some species, like the tube worms found at hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor, have evolved to extract oxygen from chemicals in the water, bypassing the need for oxygen altogether. These worms rely on chemosynthesis, a process in which bacteria inside their bodies convert sulfur compounds from the vents into energy, providing sustenance to the worms. This is a stark contrast to the typical reliance on photosynthesis that most life forms depend on. Chemosynthesis allows organisms to thrive in places where light doesn't penetrate and oxygen is absent, showing that life can exist in environments that were once thought to be entirely devoid of life. These adaptations also raise important questions about the limits of life and the evolutionary potential of organisms. What makes these survival mechanisms possible? How do organisms undergo such radical transformations to thrive without oxygen? To answer these questions, we must first examine the role that evolutionary pressure plays in shaping these extraordinary traits. For many organisms, life without oxygen is not just a choice, but a matter of survival in an environment that has pushed them to adapt in unimaginable ways. As we dive deeper into the specifics of life in the dead zones, it becomes clear that these regions are not as lifeless as they may initially appear. The organisms that thrive here are proof of nature's incredible ability to adapt and evolve, finding new ways to survive even when the basic building blocks of life, like oxygen, are absent. The next part of this chapter will delve into the mechanisms that allow these organisms to survive and explore the larger implications of these discoveries for our understanding of life on Earth and beyond. The existence of life in places without oxygen raises fascinating questions about what constitutes a habitable environment, and whether life could exist in similarly extreme conditions elsewhere in the universe. The survival strategies of organisms in oxygen-deprived environments are not just biological curiosities, they hold significant implications for science, ecology, and even the search for life beyond Earth. As we continue to explore these extreme habitats, we uncover not just how life adapts but also the broader consequences these adaptations have on ecosystems and on our understanding of life itself. One of the most striking revelations comes from the study of chemosynthesis. This process, which allows organisms like the tube worms near hydrothermal vents and the methanogens in the depths of the Black Sea to survive, is often seen as a potential model for life beyond Earth. Chemosynthesis, unlike photosynthesis, does not rely on sunlight but on chemicals such as hydrogen sulfide or methane to fuel biological processes. The discovery of these organisms, thriving in the complete absence of sunlight and oxygen, challenges our fundamental assumptions about what constitutes a livable environment. On Earth, life has been traditionally linked to the presence of sunlight or oxygen. These findings suggest that life can potentially thrive in environments that were previously thought to be inhospitable, opening up new possibilities for the search for extraterrestrial life. In fact, astrobiologists have long pointed to Earth's dead zones as analogues for potential alien habitats. Take, for instance, the icy moons of Jupiter and Saturn, like Europa and Enceladus. Both moons are believed to have subsurface oceans, potentially heated by internal geothermal activity. These oceans are thought to be rich in chemicals such as hydrogen and sulfur compounds, just like the environments where chemosynthetic organisms on Earth thrive. Could these moons harbor life? While we do not yet have definitive evidence, the existence of these extremophiles on Earth suggests that similar organisms could exist in similar environments beyond our planet. This theory pushes the boundaries of how we define habitable zones and forces us to reconsider the requirements for life itself. On Earth, the ecological importance of these survivors cannot be overstated. The organisms that live in oxygen-deprived zones play a vital role in the nutrient cycles of their ecosystems. In areas like the Black Sea and the Gulf of Mexico, the bacteria that thrive in hypoxic conditions recycle sulfur and nitrogen, two essential elements that support the broader food web. The sulfate-reducing bacteria in the Black Sea, for example, break down organic matter and convert sulfur compounds into hydrogen sulfide. This in turn helps maintain the balance of nutrients in the ecosystem. Without these bacteria, the ocean's nutrient cycle would be disrupted, and the delicate balance that supports marine life would collapse. Furthermore, these dead zones serve as living laboratories for understanding how organisms cope with extreme environmental stress. Benthic organisms in the Gulf of Mexico, like the menhaden and croaker fish, have adapted to migratory lifestyles to avoid the worst of the hypoxic conditions. These fish are capable of navigating between oxygen-rich and oxygen-poor waters, a remarkable feat of environmental awareness and adaptability. This ability to choose between habitats is not just an adaptation for survival, it provides a fascinating glimpse into how organisms can alter their behavior to respond to changes in their environment. This migratory behavior has consequences for the broader ecosystem too, affecting the distribution of species and the dynamics of predator-prey relationships. The impact of human activity on the development and expansion of these dead zones cannot be ignored. Human-induced hypoxia is becoming a growing concern, with nutrient pollution from agriculture, sewage and industrial runoff contributing to the creation of more and larger dead zones worldwide. In the Gulf of Mexico, the dead zone has been growing steadily over the past several decades, with the area now covering thousands of square miles. This increase in hypoxic areas is a direct result of agricultural practices that lead to nutrient runoff, particularly nitrogen and phosphorus, into nearby waterways. These nutrients fuel the growth of algae blooms which, as they decompose, consume oxygen and create dead zones. This process disrupts marine life, killing fish and shellfish, and undermines the fishing industries that depend on these ecosystems. But the consequences of hypoxia are not limited to marine environments. The dead zones also have significant economic and social implications. The fishing industry, particularly in areas like the Gulf of Mexico, faces devastating losses when large stretches of water become uninhabitable for fish. The destruction of habitats for commercially important species, such as shrimp and flounder, can have ripple effects throughout the economy. Fishermen are forced to travel farther and work harder to find fish, while entire communities that rely on fishing as a source of livelihood face economic hardships. The challenge then is not only to understand the biology of life in oxygen-deprived environments, but also to address the broader human impacts that are exacerbating the problem. The presence of life in dead zones also forces us to reconsider the boundaries of extreme life on Earth. When most people think of life on Earth, they picture lush forests, vibrant coral reefs or expansive savannas, environments filled with oxygen and sunlight. But the discovery of thriving ecosystems in oxygen-deprived areas reveals a hidden, invisible world of life that exists in parallel to the more familiar ecosystems. These organisms are not just surviving, they are flourishing in some of the most hostile environments on the planet, and they do so by tapping into resources that most other life forms cannot utilize. The ability of life to adapt to seemingly uninhabitable environments pushes the boundaries of what we understand about the resilience and diversity of life. As we move forward in our exploration of the dead zone survivors, it's clear that their survival strategies are not just remarkable examples of nature's ingenuity, they are pivotal to the functioning of ecosystems. These organisms represent a living testimony to life's ability to endure even in the harshest conditions. Whether in the depths of the Black Sea, the toxic waters of the Gulf of Mexico, or the poisonous gases of Lake Ness, life in these oxygen-free zones underscores the complexity and adaptability of life forms on Earth. And as we continue to study these extreme environments, we may unlock new insights into the limits of life, and perhaps the potential for life to thrive beyond Earth. Chapter 12. The Island that Rose from the Ocean Overnight. In 2015, an unusual and fascinating event took place in the Pacific Ocean, a natural phenomenon that shocked both scientists and the public alike. An island rose from the depths of the ocean, seemingly overnight. The island, known as Henderson Island, or more specifically Nishinoshima, is located in the Ogasawara Islands of Japan. While not the first time such an event has occurred, the sudden appearance of an island captivated researchers and onlookers worldwide. But how does an island rise from the ocean so rapidly, and what does this extraordinary event reveal about the volatile forces shaping our planet? The birth of Nishinoshima was not an isolated event. It is part of the ongoing process of volcanic island formation, a geological phenomenon that happens when underwater volcanoes erupt, expelling ash, lava, and other materials to the surface, eventually building up enough mass to form an island. This phenomenon is not new. Throughout history, islands have risen and disappeared in the blink of an eye, driven by the ceaseless activity of tectonic plates and volcanic eruptions. However, the scale and rapidity of Nishinoshima's emergence caught the attention of geologists, giving them a unique opportunity to study the forces that shape the Earth's surface. Nishinoshima is located near the Izubonin Trench, a subduction zone where the Pacific Plate is being forced under the Philippine Sea Plate. This tectonic boundary is a hotspot for volcanic activity. The process of subduction, where one tectonic plate is pushed beneath another, causes immense pressure to build up in the Earth's mantle. This pressure forces molten rock, or magma, to rise to the surface, where it can erupt as lava and ash. Over time, these eruptions can create an island by slowly building up layers of volcanic rock. This is exactly what happened with Nishinoshima. In late 2013, scientists noticed an increase in volcanic activity near the existing Nishinoshima Island. The small volcanic island had been there for centuries but had been largely dormant. However, in November 2013, eruptions began, and by 2015, the island had grown exponentially. The scale of the eruptions was astonishing. Lava spewed from the volcano, and massive clouds of ash filled the sky, covering a vast area. Within months, the island grew from a small rocky outcrop into a significant landmass. By early 2015, the island had expanded so rapidly that it was visible on satellite imagery. In just a few months, the island went from being a barely discernible volcanic feature to a sizable landmass, measuring approximately 1.5 kilometers in diameter. This swift transformation was the result of relentless volcanic eruptions, with lava flows adding thousands of cubic meters of material to the growing island. Scientists were able to track the island's rapid development, documenting the formation of new beaches, the accumulation of ash and lava, and the eventual stabilization of the landmass. But what makes this event particularly remarkable is the speed at which it unfolded. The formation of Nishinoshima happened over a period of just a few months, much faster than the slow, gradual buildup of islands that typically occurs in volcanic hotspots. Geologists were stunned by the intensity of the eruption, which spewed lava at an incredible rate, continuously adding to the island's mass and expanding its size. This is a phenomenon that is not commonly observed. Usually, volcanic islands take decades or even centuries to form, slowly building up as eruptions continue over long periods of time. Nishinoshima's rapid formation caught the attention of scientists around the world, as it provided a rare and unique opportunity to study the process of island formation in real time. The eruption of Nishinoshima also triggered significant changes in the surrounding ecosystem. As the island grew, it became a new habitat for a variety of marine organisms. The surrounding waters, once devoid of land, now became home to species that thrive in volcanic environments. Marine creatures such as coral and marine invertebrates began to colonize the newly formed landmass, creating a thriving ecosystem in an otherwise barren environment. This is a process that occurs in many volcanic islands. New landmasses create new environments for organisms to colonize, resulting in the birth of new ecosystems that can support a wide range of life forms. The eruption of Nishinoshima also highlighted the dynamic and unpredictable nature of Earth's geology. The island's sudden appearance was a stark reminder that the Earth is constantly changing, with powerful forces shaping the landscape in ways that are often invisible to us. The creation of Nishinoshima was not just a rare event, it was a testament to the ongoing geological processes that continue to shape the Earth's surface, often in ways that we cannot anticipate. Volcanic islands are not just a geological curiosity, they play a critical role in understanding the Earth's history and the processes that have shaped our planet. The study of volcanic islands like Nishinoshima provides valuable insights into the dynamics of plate tectonics, the formation of new land masses, and the evolution of ecosystems. The fact that such an island can form in a matter of months challenges our preconceived notions about the pace of geological change and forces us to rethink the timeline of Earth's development. The eruption and creation of Nishinoshima also have broader implications for the scientific community. For one, It provides a unique laboratory for studying the interaction between volcanic activity and the atmosphere. The eruption produced massive amounts of ash and gases, including sulfur dioxide, which contributed to the creation of a volcanic plume that extended high into the atmosphere. The study of this plume can provide important information about how volcanic activity influences climate patterns, atmospheric chemistry, and the global carbon cycle. Additionally, scientists are able to observe the process of land formation in real time, providing valuable data that can help us better understand the conditions under which new islands form. Furthermore, the rapid growth of Nishinoshima raises important questions about the potential for future volcanic eruptions to create new land masses in other parts of the world. Could other volcanic systems, such as the Hawaiian Islands or the Azores, experience similar events? What would the creation of new islands mean for the ecosystems that surround them? These are questions that researchers continue to explore as they work to better understand the forces that shape the Earth's surface and the ecosystems that thrive in these ever-changing environments. As we move forward in our exploration of Nishinoshima and other volcanic islands, we will uncover more details about the forces that created this stunning island, and what its creation reveals about the dynamic processes of Earth's geology. The rise of Nishinoshima serves as a reminder that even in our modern technologically advanced world, Earth still has the power to surprise us with its ongoing transformation. As the eruption of Nishinoshima continued, scientists closely monitored not only the physical growth of the island, but also the profound effects this sudden emergence had on the surrounding ecosystem. In the months following the island's rapid growth, the volcanic island's surface began to cool and stabilize. What was once a volatile and unpredictable environment transformed into a new landmass capable of supporting life. This process of ecological succession, the gradual development of an ecosystem on a new island, began almost immediately. The most immediate life forms to colonize Nishinoshima were marine organisms that were able to survive in the harsh volcanic environment. These included resilient species of coral, algae, and barnacles that could withstand the high levels of sulfur and other minerals present in the surrounding water. Over time, more species began to settle on the island, establishing the foundations of an ecosystem that had never existed there before. The fact that this process unfolded so quickly after the island's formation provided researchers with an unprecedented opportunity to study the mechanisms of colonization and adaptation in real time. But it was not just marine life that began to appear on the island. Seabirds soon began to visit Nishinoshima, attracted by the new landmass. These birds played a crucial role in the island's ecological development. As they nested on the island, they brought with them seeds, insects, and other organic material that further accelerated the establishment of plant life. The presence of seabirds also helped regulate the populations of marine organisms on the island, creating a balanced ecosystem. The interaction between land and sea organisms created a dynamic environment that evolved rapidly in the early stages of the island's existence. Researchers were particularly interested in understanding how life managed to colonize such a young, unstable environment. Volcanic islands are typically hostile to life when they first emerge, with extreme temperatures, a lack of fresh water, and a barren landscape. Yet despite these challenges, life quickly found a foothold on Nishinoshima. This phenomenon offered valuable insights into the resilience of nature and its ability to adapt to even the most inhospitable conditions. As the island continued to develop, scientists turned their attention to the long-term implications of Nishinoshima's emergence. One of the most pressing questions was how the island would affect the local marine ecosystem. The creation of a new landmass in a volcanic region can significantly alter ocean currents, disrupt fish migration routes, and change the chemical composition of the water. In some cases, new islands can act as barriers, preventing the movement of marine species and altering their habitats. On the other hand, these islands can also become sanctuaries for rare species, providing a safe haven where they can thrive away from human activity. The rapid formation of Nishinoshima also raised important questions about the potential environmental consequences of such sudden geological events. Volcanic eruptions release massive amounts of gases like carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and chlorine, which can have a direct impact on the atmosphere. These gases can contribute to global climate change by increasing the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The eruption of Nishinoshima was no exception. The volcanic activity that led to the formation of the island released large quantities of sulfur dioxide into the air, contributing to the creation of volcanic plumes that extended into the stratosphere. These plumes can affect weather patterns and potentially lead to short-term global cooling, a phenomenon known as volcanic winter. However, the eruption of Nishinoshima did not cause a significant long-term climatic shift, but it was an important reminder of how volcanic activity can influence global weather systems. Beyond the immediate environmental changes, Nishinoshima's eruption brought to light broader geological phenomena that continue to shape the Earth today. Volcanic islands like Nishinoshima are often the result of hotspot volcanism, where magma from deep within the Earth's mantle rises to the surface, forming new land masses. These hotspots are responsible for creating some of the most famous volcanic islands in the world, including the Hawaiian Islands. The formation of Nishinoshima reinforced the concept of hotspot volcanism and the role it plays in the movement and growth of tectonic plates. It also provided scientists with new data to study the long-term effects of hotspot volcanism on the Earth's surface and the way islands are created and destroyed over geological timescales. The Nishinoshima eruption also underscored the unpredictability of volcanic activity. While scientists had been monitoring the area for signs of increased volcanic activity, the speed at which the island emerged took everyone by surprise. The eruption was intense, and its duration was much longer than initially expected. It raised important questions about how prepared we are for similar events and the potential risks posed by volcanic islands in other parts of the world. Could other underwater volcanoes produce similar results? How would a sudden island eruption affect human populations, shipping routes, and ecosystems in other regions? The formation of Nishinoshima is not just an isolated event. It is part of a much larger, ongoing process of land formation that has been shaping the Earth for millions of years. Over time, the island will continue to evolve, its landscape shaped by erosion, weathering, and the forces of nature. It will eventually reach a point where it stabilizes and begins to support a more diverse range of life forms. This ongoing process will provide valuable insights into the long-term evolution of volcanic islands and the way ecosystems adapt to changing environments. In conclusion, the emergence of Nishinoshima was an event of both scientific significance and natural wonder. It provided an unprecedented opportunity to study the rapid formation of an island, the process of ecological succession, and the environmental consequences of volcanic activity. The island's creation also reminded us of the ever-changing nature of our planet, where new land masses can rise from the depths of the ocean with little warning. As scientists continue to study Nishinoshima and other volcanic islands, we gain a deeper understanding of the forces that shape our world and the delicate balance that sustains life on Earth. The birth of Nishinoshima serves as a powerful reminder that Earth is a dynamic and ever-changing planet, where even the most stable of landscapes can be transformed by the unseen forces beneath the surface. And while the island's creation may have been a rare and unusual event, it is a testament to the remarkable resilience of nature and the profound mysteries that still remain beneath the waves. As we continue to explore the unknown depths of the Earth's geology, the story of Nishinoshima will remain a symbol of nature's incredible power and unpredictability. Chapter 13. The blood-sucking plants that prey on animals. Plants have long been seen as passive organisms, rooted in place, absorbing sunlight and nutrients, and playing the role of prey rather than predator. But deep within the natural world, there are exceptions, plants that do not simply rely on photosynthesis and soil nutrients, but actively hunt, trap, and consume animals. These carnivorous plants are some of the most specialized and mysterious species on Earth, and among them, some have evolved to target not just insects, but larger creatures, even drawing sustenance from the blood of vertebrates. The concept of plants consuming animals may seem unnatural, yet it is a well-documented evolutionary strategy. Carnivorous plants evolved in nutrient-poor environments, particularly in places where the soil lacks nitrogen and phosphorus. This evolutionary challenge forced some plant species to find an alternative way to obtain the nutrients necessary for survival. Instead of relying solely on their roots, they developed highly specialized trapping mechanisms to capture and digest living creatures. Most carnivorous plants consume insects, but a few have taken their predatory adaptations even further. Among the most remarkable are the Rafflesia, Biblis and Philcoxia species, as well as the more infamous pitcher plants and sundews, some of which have been documented feeding on vertebrates. However, one of the most chilling examples of a plant directly feeding on the blood of animals is the bat pitcher plant Nepenthes hemsleyana. This species, found in the rainforests of Borneo, has evolved an unusual mutualistic relationship with Hardwick's woolly bats Caravula hardwicki. Unlike other pitcher plants which fill their deep cavities with digestive fluids to break down trapped insects, the bat pitcher plant has adapted to serve as a roosting site for bats. In return, the bats defecate into the pitcher, providing the plant with essential nitrogen. However, studies have shown that when bats groom themselves, small amounts of blood, skin particles and waste mix with the liquid inside the pitcher, effectively allowing the plant to absorb nutrients from the blood and bodily fluids of its vertebrate guests. Even more directly involved in blood consumption is Triphyophyllum peltatum, a rare carnivorous plant found in the tropical rainforests of West Africa. This plant belongs to the Diencophalaceae family, and is unique in its ability to shift between different survival strategies. In one stage of its life cycle, it functions like a normal climbing vine. However, when environmental conditions become harsh, it transforms, growing sticky glandular leaves that ensnare insects and small animals. The plant secretes digestive enzymes that break down proteins, extracting nutrients in a process eerily similar to how animals digest food. While most of its prey consists of insects, there have been rare cases where small vertebrates, like frogs and lizards, become trapped and partially digested in the plant's adhesive secretion. Perhaps the most disturbing case of carnivorous plants interacting with vertebrate blood comes from the Cape sundew Drosera capensis. These plants, native to South Africa, have tentacle-like trichomes coated in a sticky glue-like substance. The tentacles are highly sensitive and move in response to stimuli, curling around trapped prey in a slow but inescapable grasp. Researchers studying sundews in the wild have documented instances where small birds and rodents became ensnared. In some cases, scavenger insects such as flies and beetles fed on the decaying carcasses, and the plant absorbed the nutrients from the blood and bodily fluids that dripped onto its sticky leaves. While the plant does not actively hunt large animals, it passively benefits from their remains. These predatory adaptations raise the question: how did plants evolve the ability to digest blood, flesh, and other animal-based nutrients? The answer lies in enzymatic evolution. Carnivorous plants produce a variety of hydrolases, proteases, and phosphatases which break down proteins, lipids, and DNA from captured prey. These enzymes share similarities with those found in the digestive systems of animals, despite having evolved independently. This phenomenon, known as convergent evolution, highlights how different life forms can develop similar biological solutions to the same problem. The history of carnivorous plant research dates back to Charles Darwin, who was among the first scientists to document their predatory behavior in detail. His 1875 book Insectivorous Plants described the feeding habits of sundews, Venus flytraps, and pitcher plants. At the time, many botanists dismissed the idea that plants could digest meat, believing it contradicted the principles of plant physiology. It took decades of research and direct observation before the scientific community accepted that plants could indeed consume animals. Since then, advancements in molecular biology have revealed the genetic adaptations that enable carnivorous plants to produce digestive enzymes similar to those of animals. While most carnivorous plants evolved to catch insects, the transition to vertebrate prey represents a unique and understudied area of botany. Scientists continue to investigate the biochemical pathways that allow these plants to extract nutrients from blood and tissue, shedding light on the evolutionary pressures that drive such adaptations. Some researchers believe that environmental changes such as deforestation and climate fluctuations may push more plant species toward carnivorous behavior, as soil nutrients become increasingly scarce in certain regions. In the search for new species, botanists have discovered previously unknown carnivorous plants that defy traditional classifications. Some of these species possess characteristics suggesting they may consume more than just insects. One recent discovery, made in the peat bogs of Canada, revealed a previously undocumented carnivorous plant with an unusual appetite for amphibians. This species, tentatively classified as a type of bladderwort, uses an underwater suction mechanism to capture prey. Field observations have shown that it not only traps water fleas and small crustaceans but has also been found containing the partially digested remains of small tadpoles and even juvenile salamanders. This suggests that more plants than previously thought may be preying on small vertebrates. The study of carnivorous plants is far from complete. As researchers explore more remote ecosystems, they continue to uncover new species and behaviors that challenge the boundaries of what plants are capable of. The idea of a plant directly feeding on vertebrate blood remains a rare and controversial phenomenon, but with each new discovery, the line between predator and prey in the plant kingdom becomes increasingly blurred. The next part of this chapter will explore the broader implications of these blood-drinking plants, from their role in the food chain to the potential biotechnological applications of their enzymatic digestion systems. As scientists continue to study these fascinating organisms, one question remains: are there even more extreme plant predators waiting to be discovered? The discovery of carnivorous plants that consume more than just insects challenges long-standing assumptions about the plant kingdom. The ability to extract nutrients from vertebrate blood and flesh reveals an evolutionary path that is not only rare but also poorly understood. Scientists continue to uncover new details about these predatory plants, raising questions about the future of their evolution and their impact on ecosystems. One of the most significant consequences of carnivory in plants is its effect on nutrient cycles. Traditional carnivorous plants already alter the local environment by absorbing nitrogen and phosphorus from trapped insects instead of relying on the soil. When plants extend their diet to include vertebrate blood and tissue, the impact is even greater. In nutrient-poor environments, where competition for resources is fierce, carnivorous plants gain a major advantage. By extracting proteins, iron, and other essential elements from their victims, they thrive where other plants struggle. Some botanists believe that as ecosystems change due to climate shifts and human activity, more plants may develop carnivorous traits as a survival strategy. This possibility is supported by research on genetic adaptations in carnivorous plants. Studies show that the enzymes responsible for digesting animal prey evolved through the modification of existing plant proteins. For example, the proteases used by pitcher plants to break down trapped insects share similarities with enzymes that help other plants fight off fungal infections. Over millions of years, these proteins were repurposed into digestive tools, allowing the plants to consume complex organic matter. This process of evolutionary adaptation suggests that carnivory in plants may not be as rare as previously thought. Rather, it is an ongoing development influenced by environmental pressures. The implications extend beyond plant biology. Researchers studying these blood-feeding plants are particularly interested in their enzymatic processes, which could have applications in medicine and biotechnology. Carnivorous plants produce powerful digestive enzymes that break down proteins, fats, and nucleic acids with high efficiency. Scientists are exploring whether these enzymes could be used in wound treatment, pharmaceutical development, and even biodegradable waste disposal. Some enzymes from carnivorous plants have already been tested for their ability to break down harmful proteins associated with diseases. If these plants can digest blood and flesh with such precision, could their natural processes be harnessed to develop better treatments for blood clotting disorders, infections, or even cancer? Another area of interest is the potential ecological impact of plants that feed on vertebrates. Most of the documented cases involve small animals, frogs, bats, rodents, and birds, but what happens if larger species become ensnared? While there are no confirmed cases of carnivorous plants preying on animals as large as a human, some reports from history suggest otherwise. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, explorers returning from Madagascar, the Philippines, and parts of South America described tales of man-eating trees. One of the most infamous accounts, published in 1874, described a tree in Madagascar that allegedly captured and digested a human. While no scientific evidence supports these claims, they reflect an enduring fascination with the idea of plants evolving beyond passive consumption to active predation. Modern science dismisses the idea of a truly man-eating plant, but discoveries of previously unknown carnivorous species suggest that some plants may be capable of catching prey far beyond what was once believed possible. In 2018, researchers identified a large pitcher plant in Southeast Asia that contained the remains of a partially digested shrew, an animal significantly larger than any previously recorded pitcher plant prey. Further studies on similar species have revealed evidence that small vertebrates do not always die immediately upon falling into the digestive fluid. Instead, they struggle for hours or even days, gradually succumbing as enzymes dissolve their bodies. This slow and methodical digestion process raises questions about whether some plants are evolving to become more efficient predators. Scientists studying the genetic structure of Nepenthes, Drosera, and Utricularia species have found evidence that certain carnivorous plants are actively adapting to digest larger and more complex organisms. If environmental conditions favor these adaptations, some plant species may gradually shift toward targeting bigger prey, with stronger digestive systems and more potent enzymes. The possibility of larger or more aggressive carnivorous plants emerging in the future is purely theoretical, but it aligns with what is already happening in controlled environments. In botanical research labs, scientists have experimented with breeding carnivorous plants to enhance their prey capture efficiency. Some genetically modified pitcher plants have been shown to produce more viscous digestive fluids and stronger trap structures, allowing them to handle larger prey. These experiments raise ethical questions. Should humans interfere with the evolution of plants in this way? Should enhanced carnivorous plants disrupt natural ecosystems? Beyond controlled experiments, natural hybridization could also produce new variations of predatory plants. The increasing overlap between species due to habitat destruction and climate change could force certain plants to develop more aggressive predatory traits. If carnivorous plants continue to expand their diet beyond insects, what would the long-term ecological impact be? Would small mammal populations decline? Would insect numbers surge in response? Scientists do not yet have definitive answers, but ongoing field studies aim to track the effects of vertebrate predation by plants on local biodiversity. Another mystery that remains unsolved is whether there are undiscovered species of carnivorous plants in remote regions. Given that many of the most extreme examples of blood-consuming plants have been found in dense rainforests and isolated wetlands, some botanists believe that even more specialized species may exist in unexplored areas. Certain regions of Papua New Guinea, the Amazon, and the Congo Basin remain largely uncharted in terms of plant biodiversity. If previously unknown carnivorous plants do exist in these areas, they may exhibit even more extreme adaptations, possibly feeding on blood, tissue, or other nutrient sources in ways that have yet to be documented. As scientists continue to study these fascinating organisms, new discoveries are constantly emerging, adding to the mystery of the plant kingdom. The idea that a plant could survive by consuming the blood of animals was once seen as a myth, a horror story, or a wild exaggeration. But now, as more evidence accumulates, it is clear that nature has evolved in ways that challenge our fundamental understanding of what plants are capable of. The next step in unraveling this mystery lies in further genetic research, field exploration, and ecological studies. The answers may redefine not just what we know about carnivorous plants but also how life itself adapts to the challenges of survival. And with every new discovery, one question remains: just how far can evolution push these blood-drinking plants? Chapter 14. The fungus that can survive a nuclear war in the most extreme environments on Earth, where radiation would be lethal to most forms of life. A select group of organisms continues to thrive. Among them is a remarkable fungus, capable of enduring radiation levels that would instantly kill humans. This fungus, first discovered in one of the most radioactive places on the planet, challenges the limits of biological survival and raises questions about life's potential beyond Earth. The story begins in 1991, inside the ruins of Chernobyl, the site of the worst nuclear disaster in history. Scientists sent remotely operated robots to explore the abandoned Chernobyl nuclear power plant, where radiation levels were still dangerously high. Within the decayed reactor chambers where even metal had started to degrade under intense radiation, researchers noticed something unexpected: black fungi growing directly on the walls of the reactor. These organisms were not just surviving, they were thriving in an environment flooded with deadly ionizing radiation. Initial samples were collected and brought back for study. Researchers identified several species including Cladosporium spherospermum, Cryptococcus neoformans, and Waniella dermatidis. What set these fungi apart was their ability to withstand and even grow in extreme radiation environments. These fungi possessed high concentrations of melanin, the same pigment responsible for skin and hair color in humans. However, in these fungi, melanin appeared to serve an additional role, absorbing radiation and converting it into chemical energy. This discovery led to an astonishing realization: the fungi inside the Chernobyl reactor were not just resistant to radiation, they seemed to be using radiation as an energy source, much like how plants use sunlight for photosynthesis. Scientists coined the term radiotrophic fungi to describe this phenomenon. This was the first time an organism was observed harnessing radiation to fuel its growth. Radiation is usually destructive to living cells. It damages DNA, causes mutations, and disrupts essential biological processes. Yet these fungi demonstrated a unique adaptation, suggesting that exposure to radiation did not harm them. Instead, it enhanced their metabolism. Laboratory experiments showed that when these fungi were exposed to high doses of radiation, they actually grew faster than under normal conditions. The implications of this discovery were profound. It suggested that life under the right conditions could exist in environments previously thought to be uninhabitable. If fungi could thrive inside a nuclear reactor, could similar organisms exist in space, on Mars, or even in the high radiation environments of other planets? To understand how these fungi evolved, scientists examined their genetic makeup. They found that their DNA contained highly efficient repair mechanisms, allowing them to quickly fix radiation-induced damage. Additionally, their melanin structure was different from that found in human skin. While human melanin primarily serves to protect cells from ultraviolet damage, the melanin in these fungi appeared to capture radiation and use it as an energy source, similar to how chlorophyll in plants captures sunlight. The idea that an organism could feed on radiation was not entirely new. Similar fungi had been found in nuclear test sites and high-altitude regions where radiation levels were elevated, but the Chernobyl fungi provided the clearest example of an organism actively thriving under such conditions. Further studies were conducted in space to see how these fungi would react to cosmic radiation. In 2007, a sample of Cladosporium spherospermum was sent to the International Space Station. The results confirmed that the fungus was not only able to withstand cosmic radiation, but also exhibited growth advantages in space. This fueled speculation that radiotrophic fungi could be used as biological shields for astronauts on long-term space missions. If these fungi could absorb harmful radiation, could they be engineered to protect humans? Scientists began exploring the potential applications of melanin-rich fungi as radiation shields. The idea was simple: coat spacecraft interiors with fungal biofilms to absorb cosmic radiation and protect astronauts from prolonged exposure. Beyond space exploration, these fungi presented another major application: nuclear waste cleanup. Radiation-contaminated zones remained dangerous for thousands of years, making decontamination a major challenge. The fungi from Chernobyl, with their ability to thrive in radioactive environments, could potentially be engineered to break down radioactive waste or reduce environmental contamination. The discovery of these fungi also led researchers to re-examine life's resilience in the past. Could radiotrophic fungi have played a role in Earth's early evolution, surviving periods of intense cosmic radiation before the planet's atmosphere fully developed? Could they help explain how life might persist in extreme alien environments? As research continues, scientists are left with pressing questions. If an organism can adapt to consume radiation for energy, how far can this ability evolve? Could future generations of these fungi develop more complex metabolic processes? And if so, what other forms of radiation-resistant life might exist, waiting to be discovered? The discovery of radiotrophic fungi raised fundamental questions about biology, survival, and even the future of human technology. If fungi could harness radiation as an energy source, how could this ability be applied? Could these fungi be used to terraform hostile environments, protect astronauts, or even assist in treating radiation exposure? One of the most immediate applications is in radiation shielding. Space agencies, including NASA and Roscosmos, have studied these fungi as potential biological shields for deep space travel. The International Space Station ISS experiment demonstrated that Cladosporium sphaerospomum could not only survive in space but also absorb radiation, reducing exposure levels inside the station. This led researchers to propose a new type of self-healing radiation shield, where living fungal biofilms could be grown inside spacecraft walls, actively absorbing cosmic radiation over time. On Earth, radiotrophic fungi offer potential solutions for nuclear disaster cleanup. The Chernobyl exclusion zone, covering over 2,600 square kilometers, remains one of the most radioactive locations on the planet. Traditional decontamination methods involve removing contaminated soil, burying nuclear waste, or constructing massive containment structures like the Chernobyl sarcophagus. These methods are costly, inefficient, and unable to fully neutralize radiation. In contrast, fungi have shown the ability to absorb and metabolize radioactive isotopes, effectively breaking down and containing radiation. Research at Oak Ridge National Laboratory and other institutions suggests that genetically enhanced fungal strains could be deployed to decompose radioactive materials, turning them into stable, non-toxic compounds over time. The implications extend beyond Chernobyl. Similar contamination exists in places like Fukushima, the former Soviet nuclear test sites in Kazakhstan, and the Hanford site in the United States, locations where radiation levels remain lethal for decades or even centuries. If engineered properly, fungal bioremediation could allow for natural decontamination, reducing the long-term impact of nuclear accidents and weapons testing. Beyond environmental cleanup, there is growing interest in the medical applications of these fungi. Since radiotrophic fungi repair their DNA at an accelerated rate, some researchers are investigating whether their melanin-rich structures could be adapted for human radiation protection. Could a melanin-based pharmaceutical help patients undergoing radiation therapy recover faster? Could synthetic melanin from these fungi be used to create radiation-resistant skin treatments, or even enhance human resistance to radiation exposure? To test these theories, scientists at Albert Einstein College of Medicine conducted experiments injecting fungal melanin into human cells exposed to radiation. Their findings confirmed that melanin from radiotrophic fungi reduced DNA damage in human cells, potentially paving the way for radiation-protective drugs for cancer patients, astronauts, and even nuclear workers. Another profound implication is astrobiology. The discovery of fungi thriving in nuclear reactors reshaped how scientists think about extraterrestrial life. For decades, exoplanet researchers focused on planets within the habitable zone, regions where temperatures allow liquid water to exist. But if life can survive extreme radiation exposure, could similar organisms exist on Mars, Europa, or Titan? The surface of Mars is constantly bombarded by high-energy cosmic rays and lacks a strong magnetic field to shield against radiation. Traditional theories suggested this made Mars inhospitable to life, but the survival of fungi inside the Chernobyl reactor proves that organisms can adapt to extreme radiation levels, opening the possibility that microbial or fungal life could exist beneath the Martian surface, hidden from radiation but still metabolizing energy from it. To test this, radiotrophic fungi were included in several Mars simulation experiments. In 2020, NASA conducted the Microbes in Space experiment, exposing Cladosporium sphaerosporum to simulated Martian radiation levels. The results showed continued growth and adaptation, reinforcing the idea that Mars or other high-radiation environments could support fungal life. The potential for terraforming planets with fungi has also been suggested. If radiotrophic fungi can absorb radiation, stabilize soil, and produce protective biofilms, they could become one of the first biological tools used in space colonization. Scientists speculate that a mixture of these fungi and other extremophiles could help prepare Martian soil for future human habitation, creating underground fungal networks capable of absorbing cosmic radiation and potentially producing usable biological materials. Despite these breakthroughs, many questions remain. How did these fungi evolve this ability? What genetic adaptations allowed them to harness radiation? Could even more radiation-resistant species exist in undiscovered environments, such as deep underground or in nuclear waste storage sites? Some researchers believe that radiotrophic fungi might be among the oldest extremophiles on Earth. If ancient fungi developed radiation resistance billions of years ago, possibly as a response to higher natural radiation levels in Earth's early history, this could mean that the ability to metabolize radiation predates complex life itself. To find out, scientists are now searching for similar fungi in Earth's most extreme environments. The discovery of radiation-resistant fungi in deep-sea hydrothermal vents, Antarctic ice and underground caves suggests that the ability to survive high radiation exposure is more widespread than previously thought. If radiotrophic fungi could exist before humans, survive nuclear disasters, adapt to space and potentially terraform other planets, what other secrets do they hold? Could their biological mechanisms one day allow humans to survive in extreme radiation environments? Could they become the key to protecting Earth from the dangers of nuclear contamination? The research into radiotrophic fungi is only just beginning, but one fact is certain: life in its most resilient forms is capable of surviving even the most catastrophic conditions imaginable. Chapter 15. The animal that can survive without breathing for hours. Oxygen is essential for most forms of life on Earth. It fuels metabolism, powers muscles, and sustains brain function. Without it, cells begin to die within minutes. Yet, some animals have evolved the ability to survive hours, sometimes even days, without breathing, defying what was once believed to be a universal biological rule. One of the most extraordinary examples is the painted turtle Cressemis picta. This freshwater reptile can survive up to 5 months without oxygen in frozen lakes during winter, a record among air-breathing vertebrates. It does this through a process called anaerobic metabolism, allowing it to generate energy without oxygen, while neutralizing the dangerous buildup of lactic acid in its body. The painted turtle isn't alone in this ability. The naked mole rat Heterocephalus glaber, an underground rodent from East Africa, can survive without oxygen for up to 18 minutes by switching to a metabolism similar to that of plants. Instead of breaking down glucose with oxygen, it converts it into fructose, which can be processed in a way that bypasses oxygen entirely. Other animals have developed different methods to push the limits of survival. The diving abilities of marine mammals are well documented, but some break records far beyond what was once thought possible. The Cuvier's beaked whale, Cepheus cavirastris, holds the record for the longest dive by any mammal, lasting 3 hours and 42 minutes. Unlike humans, whose brains and muscles would shut down from lack of oxygen, these whales rely on extreme adaptations such as extra-large oxygen-storing muscles, a slowed heart rate, and blood that redirects oxygen to only the most essential organs. Perhaps the most bizarre case of oxygen deprivation survival comes from an unexpected source, the Hennegaia salmonicola, a microscopic parasite found in salmon. It is the only known animal that does not breathe at all. Scientists discovered that it lacks mitochondrial DNA, meaning it does not use oxygen to generate energy. Instead, it survives entirely on anaerobic metabolism, making it unique among all animals known to science. These abilities challenge fundamental ideas about the limits of life. How do these animals endure extreme oxygen deprivation while humans suffer brain damage in minutes? What evolutionary pressures forced these species to develop such radical survival mechanisms? The answer lies in their environments. The painted turtle's ability to survive without oxygen is a response to harsh winters in North America, where lakes freeze solid, cutting off access to air. Instead of suffocating, the turtle's metabolism slows to a near standstill, while its shell releases calcium carbonate to counteract the toxic effects of lactic acid buildup. The naked mole rat evolved its remarkable adaptation due to life in oxygen-deprived underground tunnels, where large colonies can quickly deplete the available air. The ability to switch to fructose metabolism allows these rodents to keep their brains and hearts functioning even in conditions that would kill most mammals. Deep-diving whales face a different challenge. Oxygen isn't entirely absent in their environment, but they must survive prolonged periods without breathing. Their solution is biological efficiency. Their bodies store more oxygen in muscles than in the lungs, preventing dangerous nitrogen buildup, and their hearts slow to as little as 4 beats per minute during deep dives, drastically reducing oxygen consumption. Even among fish, the ability to survive without oxygen is rare, but not unheard of. The goldfish Carassius auratus can live for months in oxygen-deprived waters by converting carbohydrates into ethanol, which is then expelled through the gills. This prevents dangerous acid buildup in the body, and allows the fish to persist in frozen lakes or stagnant water. The implications of these adaptations stretch beyond biology. Studying how animals survive without oxygen has direct applications for medicine, space travel, and deep-sea exploration. Could the mechanisms used by these creatures help doctors prevent brain damage in stroke victims? Could they allow astronauts to survive longer in emergencies? Could future space missions use biological strategies from these animals to enable humans to withstand environments with low oxygen levels? These are the questions researchers are now investigating. The second part of this chapter will explore these consequences further, revealing how the study of oxygen-deprived survival is unlocking new possibilities in science and medicine. The ability of certain animals to survive without oxygen has profound implications, not just for biology, but for medicine, space exploration, and even the search for extraterrestrial life. These creatures have rewritten our understanding of what it means to survive, pushing the limits of endurance in ways that were once thought impossible. One of the most significant areas of research influenced by these adaptations is medicine. The human brain can only last about 5 minutes without oxygen before irreversible damage begins. However, scientists studying animals like the painted turtle and the naked mole rat are discovering ways to extend oxygen deprivation tolerance in humans. Studies have found that when naked mole rats switch from glucose to fructose metabolism, their brains remain functional despite a lack of oxygen. Researchers are now exploring whether this process can be replicated in humans to prevent brain damage in stroke patients. If medical treatments could mimic the mole rat's ability to sustain itself anaerobically, doctors could buy more time to treat oxygen-starved patients, reducing the risk of severe neurological damage. Another major application lies in suspended animation and emergency medicine. By understanding how deep-diving whales slow their heart rates to near stillness while maintaining critical functions, scientists are developing techniques to induce a similar state in humans. A study at the University of Washington successfully lowered the body temperature of critically injured patients, slowing metabolic function and reducing the demand for oxygen. This method could revolutionize trauma care by keeping patients alive long enough to receive life-saving treatment. Beyond medicine, these oxygen-depriving adaptations offer insight into space travel. Astronauts face extreme conditions where oxygen supplies are limited, and understanding how animals survive without it could lead to breakthroughs in hibernation for long-term space missions. If scientists can replicate the metabolic slowdown observed in turtles, whales, or mole rats, it could one day enable interstellar travel, where human bodies require minimal oxygen for extended periods. But perhaps the most unexpected consequence of studying these creatures is the potential for discovering alien life. Traditional astrobiology assumes that extraterrestrial organisms like those on Earth would require oxygen, yet the existence of species like the Hennegaia salmonicola, which thrives without it, suggests that alien life may function in ways we haven't yet imagined. If an animal on Earth can survive without breathing, then planets with low or no oxygen levels may still support complex organisms. This idea has led researchers to reevaluate environments previously thought to be inhospitable for life. Some scientists suggest that subsurface oceans on moons like Europa or Enceladus, which may lack oxygen but contain liquid water, could harbor life forms that function similarly to anaerobic Earth organisms. The same principle applies to exoplanets with thick carbon dioxide atmospheres, where biological processes may operate outside the oxygen-based systems we are familiar with. The study of oxygen-independent survival also has implications for deep-sea exploration. Many regions of Earth's oceans remain unexplored, and some of the creatures adapted to low oxygen environments could reveal entire ecosystems that function outside the traditional food chain. The discovery of hydrothermal vent communities, where life is sustained by chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis, has already challenged long-standing scientific assumptions. These environments may hold the key to understanding how early life on Earth developed before oxygen became abundant in the atmosphere. The more we study these animals, the more we realize that oxygen isn't as essential to life as once thought. Evolution has crafted unique solutions to extreme environments, proving that survival can take many different paths. From deep-diving whales to hibernating turtles, from oxygen-starved mole rats to anaerobic parasites, the natural world has repeatedly demonstrated that life adapts, endures, and overcomes. These discoveries push the boundaries of science, offering new possibilities for medicine, space travel, and the understanding of life itself. The question is no longer whether an animal can survive without oxygen, but how many more remain undiscovered, waiting in the depths of the ocean, buried beneath ice, or even beyond our planet, thriving in ways we have yet to comprehend. Chapter 16. The Fireproof Animals That Walk Through Flames. Fire is one of the most destructive forces in nature. It consumes everything in its path, reducing forests to ash and reshaping entire ecosystems in a matter of hours. No living creature should be able to withstand its searing heat, yet some animals have evolved to survive and even thrive in fire-ravaged environments. These creatures defy logic, moving through flames with an almost supernatural resilience. The ability to resist fire is not magic. It is the product of evolutionary adaptations that allow certain species to endure extreme temperatures while others perish. Fireproofing in the animal kingdom is rare, but it does exist. Some creatures survive by biological resistance, others by behavioral strategies, and a few by sheer toughness. One of the most well-documented fire-resistant creatures is the fire beetle, or Melanophila acuminata. Unlike most animals that flee from fire, this beetle is actually drawn to it. It seeks out forest fires to lay its eggs in freshly burned trees. This beetle has infrared sensors capable of detecting heat from over 80 kilometers away, allowing it to locate active fires. Once it arrives, it lands on still smoldering bark, where the eggs hatch into larvae that burrow into the damaged wood, safe from predators. Another insect that can withstand high temperatures is the fire ant. These ants do not resist flames directly, but their colonies survive wildfires through a coordinated escape strategy. When their nests are threatened by fire, fire ants link together to form living rafts, allowing them to float on water and even travel across burning ground without suffering mass casualties. The ants on the outer layers are singed, but the colony itself survives, ensuring the queen and workers can rebuild once the fire subsides. Among vertebrates, amphibians like the spadefoot toad have a unique strategy to resist fire. Rather than escape, these toads bury themselves underground, where the soil insulates them from extreme heat. Studies have shown that fires burning at over 600 degrees Celsius barely affect animals hidden just a few centimeters below the surface. Some salamanders take this even further. They not only survive underground but thrive in post-fire landscapes, emerging to hunt in areas where predators have been wiped out. Perhaps the most shocking example of fire resistance is found in larger animals like tortoises. The gopher tortoise, native to the southeastern United States, digs deep burrows that serve as natural fire shelters. These burrows can be several meters long, and are shared by dozens of other animals during wildfires. Remarkably, studies have found that tortoises can survive even when fires burn directly above them, their tough shells protecting them from intense heat. Some mammals have also adapted to fire in surprising ways. The African pygmy mouse, for example, has been observed running through flames unharmed. Scientists discovered that its fur is coated in natural oils that repel fire, preventing the heat from igniting its body. Similar adaptations are seen in certain species of kangaroo rats, which can survive brief exposure to fire by sprinting through flames and avoiding direct burns. Fire has shaped life on Earth for millions of years. It is a force of destruction, but also one of renewal. Many ecosystems depend on periodic wildfires to clear out old vegetation and make way for new growth. The animals that survive these infernos are not just resilient, they are proof that nature finds a way to endure even the most extreme conditions. But some creatures do more than survive. They master fire, turning it into an advantage rather than a threat. In the next part, we will explore how these animals interact with fire, the deeper science behind their resistance, and the incredible implications for humans and the natural world. Fire is not just a destructive force, it is a shaper of ecosystems. Many of the animals that survive fires do not merely endure them, they depend on them. Without fire, their environments would change, disrupting the delicate balance that allows them to thrive. The fire beetle, Melanophila acuminata, is one of the best examples. By seeking out wildfires to lay its eggs, it has evolved to exploit fire-ravaged landscapes. The larvae burrow into the scorched wood, where they feed on weakened trees and avoid predators that would normally hunt them. This beetle's infrared sensors are so sensitive that they can detect even small smoldering areas, ensuring they find the perfect breeding ground. Without wildfires, their numbers would plummet. But fire beetles are not alone in this strategy. Many plants also rely on fire to trigger germination, creating an environment where fire-adapted species have an advantage. The eucalyptus tree, for example, has fire-resistant seeds that only sprout after exposure to intense heat. This provides fresh growth for herbivores, which in turn attracts predators, keeping the entire food chain intact. Fire-resistant animals play a crucial role in this system. The gopher tortoise, which shelters underground during wildfires, emerges afterward to graze on the newly sprouted vegetation. In doing so, it prevents overgrowth, reducing the fuel available for future fires. Their burrows also provide sanctuary for over 350 other species, including snakes, frogs, and small mammals, creating a network of fire refuges that preserve biodiversity. Some animals have evolved chemical defenses to withstand fire. The African pygmy mouse, with its fire-repelling oils, is a prime example. Researchers have found that these oils act as an insulator, preventing its fur from igniting in short bursts of flame. Similar adaptations have been observed in certain insects, whose exoskeletons contain heat-resistant compounds that protect their internal organs from high temperatures. Yet not all fire survivors are merely passive participants in fire-affected ecosystems. Some actively engage with fire to their advantage. The black kite, a bird found in Australia, is notorious for its fire-spreading behavior. Indigenous communities have long observed these birds picking up burning sticks from active wildfires and dropping them into unburned areas to flush out prey. Scientists have recently confirmed this behavior, showing that these raptors weaponize fire to expand their hunting grounds. This ability to manipulate fire sets them apart, making them one of the few known non-human animals to use flames as a tool. The implications of these fire-adapted creatures go beyond their immediate environments. Studying their survival mechanisms has led to scientific breakthroughs in materials science, engineering, and even human survival techniques. Fire-resistant beetles have inspired infrared detection technology used in wildfire monitoring systems. The structure of fireproof ant colonies has influenced fire-resistant building materials designed to withstand extreme heat. Scientists are even looking at the oils in certain fire-resistant mammals to develop new flame-retardant coatings for textiles and equipment. But as climate change accelerates and wildfires become more frequent and intense, even these fireproof creatures face new threats. Some species that once relied on periodic wildfires are now struggling to survive megafires, fires that burn hotter and longer than ever before. The balance between fire and life is shifting, and not all species will adapt quickly enough to keep up. The ability to survive fire is an ancient trait, woven into the evolutionary history of the planet. From insects drawn to flames, to amphibians sheltering underground, to birds that use fire as a weapon, nature has found astonishing ways to coexist with one of the most destructive forces known to life. Fire is a test of resilience, a filter that shapes the strongest survivors. In the face of rising global temperatures and increasing wildfires, these creatures will continue to adapt or disappear. Their fates are tied to the future of fire itself. Chapter 17. The most indestructible seed. Surviving for centuries, seeds are nature's ultimate survivors. Encased in protective shells, they endure the harshest conditions, drought, extreme temperatures, and even the passage of time itself. Some seeds can remain dormant for decades before sprouting, but a select few push the boundaries of longevity to centuries. These biological time capsules contain life waiting to be reborn, defying decay and environmental destruction. The most famous example is the Judean date palm seed, discovered in the ruins of Masada, an ancient fortress in Israel. Carbon dating placed its origin at around 2,000 years ago, making it one of the oldest viable seeds ever found. Scientists in 2005 successfully germinated it, marking an extraordinary revival of a long-lost plant, named Methuselah, after the biblical figure known for his longevity. This seed had withstood millennia of exposure, proving that some seeds can outlive entire civilizations. But how do these seeds survive for so long? The secret lies in dormancy, a biological state that slows down metabolism to almost nothing. Under the right conditions, low moisture, cold temperatures, and isolation from oxygen, seeds can enter a state of suspended animation. In this state, their cellular structures remain intact, preventing decay. The absence of water is key. When moisture is removed, cellular activity stops, and the aging process slows dramatically. Scientists have repeatedly tested the limits of seed longevity. In the 19th century, botanist William James Beale buried a collection of seeds in bottles filled with sand, intending to test their viability over time. More than 140 years later, some of these seeds still sprouted when planted. Similar experiments have been conducted worldwide, showing that many seeds can last far longer than previously believed. One of the toughest seeds known to science belongs to the lotus plant. Some lotus seeds recovered from ancient Chinese lake beds have germinated after more than 1,300 years. This resilience comes from their impermeable seed coat, a natural armor that prevents water and air from entering. The outer shell remains sealed until the right conditions trigger germination. Even more impressive is the Arctic tundra seed bank, where seeds buried under permafrost have been preserved for thousands of years. In 2012, Russian scientists revived a Silene stenophila plant from seeds that had been frozen for over 32,000 years. These seeds, trapped in ice since the Ice Age, sprouted and grew into healthy plants, proving that nature's genetic material can endure vast stretches of time. The concept of seed longevity is not just an academic curiosity. It has critical implications for the future of agriculture and conservation. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault, located deep within a mountain in Norway, serves as the world's ultimate backup plan for plant life. This facility stores over 1 million seed samples, preserving genetic diversity in case of environmental catastrophe. Seeds stored under controlled conditions could theoretically remain viable for thousands of years, ensuring that crucial food crops survive even in the face of climate change or disaster. Some seeds are so tough that they resist fire, digestion, and even radiation. The Saphidium floridum, also known as the blue palo verde, produces seeds with an extreme resistance to environmental stress. These seeds have been found intact after passing through the digestive systems of animals and surviving wildfires, only to sprout when conditions become favorable. Throughout history, seeds have been symbols of rebirth and endurance. Ancient cultures recognized their resilience, burying seeds alongside rulers to represent eternal life. From the pyramids of Egypt to the tombs of Chinese emperors, seeds have been discovered in burial sites, their potential for life preserved across the ages. The mystery of the longest living seed remains unsolved. There may be seeds buried deep in ice, locked away in caves, or hidden in forgotten ruins that have yet to awaken. Every discovery of an ancient seed challenges our understanding of life's ability to endure. These tiny capsules hold the past, present, and future of plant life, waiting for the right moment to bloom again. The survival of seeds over centuries is not just a scientific marvel but a direct link between the ancient world and the present. When researchers germinate these dormant seeds, they are not simply growing plants, they are reviving ecosystems lost to time. The consequences of these discoveries extend beyond botany, influencing agriculture, conservation, and even medicine. One of the most striking aspects of long-living seeds is their potential to restore extinct plant species. The Judean date palm, once widespread across the Middle East, vanished due to overexploitation and habitat destruction. When the 2000-year-old seed named Methuselah sprouted, it did more than prove the longevity of seeds. It resurrected a lost species. Today, scientists continue to cultivate more of these ancient seeds, aiming to reintroduce a fruit that was last eaten in biblical times. This concept of biological resurrection raises critical questions. If seeds can survive for thousands of years, how many lost plants could still be revived? Could ancient crops, once vital to human civilization, be brought back to combat modern food shortages? The implications are vast. Researchers are now searching for seeds from extinct or near-extinct plants, hoping to uncover genetic traits that could improve modern agriculture. One of the greatest threats to seed longevity is environmental change. Natural seed banks, areas where seeds accumulate and lie dormant, are under increasing stress. Rising temperatures, deforestation, and habitat destruction threaten the very conditions that allow seeds to remain viable for centuries. Climate shifts could accelerate decay, rendering once viable seeds lifeless before they ever get a chance to germinate. This is why artificial seed banks, like the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, are crucial. Located in the Arctic permafrost, this facility preserves the genetic diversity of the world's crops, safeguarding against global disasters. Unlike natural seed banks, where seeds survive by chance, Svalbard stores them under precise conditions, extending their lifespan potentially indefinitely. But seed longevity is not just about plant conservation, it has direct implications for space exploration. If seeds can survive for thousands of years on Earth, could they endure the harsh conditions of space? Scientists have already tested this idea. In 2008, Lotus and Arabidopsis seeds were sent aboard the International Space Station to study their resilience. After being exposed to cosmic radiation and vacuum-like conditions, many of the seeds still germinated upon returning to Earth. This discovery fuels the idea that seeds could be used in terraforming other planets. If stored properly, they could remain viable during long space journeys, allowing future colonists to grow food on Mars or other celestial bodies. Seeds might be the key to sustaining life beyond Earth, just as they have preserved life for millennia on this planet. But the study of ancient seeds also reveals an unsettling truth. While some seeds are built to last, others are highly vulnerable. Modern agricultural seeds bred for high yield and rapid growth, often lack the natural defenses of their wild counterparts. Many of today's crops have lost the genetic durability that allows seeds to remain viable for centuries. This means that without seed banks, future generations could lose access to critical food sources. The possibility of genetically modifying seeds for extreme longevity is now being explored. Could we engineer crops with the dormancy abilities of the lotus or the fire resistance of the blue palo verde? Could we create seeds that remain viable for millennia, ensuring future food security? Genetic research is pushing these boundaries, but it also raises ethical concerns. Would these engineered seeds alter ecosystems in unforeseen ways? Would they replace natural seed diversity? History has shown that seeds are more than just plant embryos. They are time capsules. Each ancient seed that sprouts is a window into a lost world, revealing the environment, climate, and even human practices of its era. The silane stenophylla, revived after 32,000 years frozen in Siberia, carried DNA distinct from its modern relatives, showing how plants have adapted over time. This suggests that within long-dormant seeds, we might find genetic blueprints of past climates, providing insight into how plants once survived extreme conditions. The resilience of seeds also challenges our understanding of life's limits. If a plant can germinate after thousands of years, could other life forms, bacteria, fungi, or even microscopic organisms, also endure in a dormant state? Scientists are now investigating whether similar mechanisms exist in microbes, with some believing that life might survive deep beneath the ice of Mars, or in the frozen oceans of Europa, waiting for the right conditions to awaken. The study of ancient seeds is far from over. Across the world, archaeologists and biologists continue to unearth forgotten plant species, testing their viability and uncovering new insights into life's endurance. Every new discovery pushes the boundaries of what we know about survival, time, and the power of dormancy. The most indestructible seed may still be waiting, hidden in an untouched cave, buried beneath ancient ruins, or frozen in a glacier, holding the key to both the past and the future of life on Earth. Chapter 18. The animals that survive without eating for years. In the wild, animals are often faced with harsh conditions that make survival difficult, but some animals have evolved the extraordinary ability to endure long periods without food, surviving for months or even years. These remarkable creatures challenge our understanding of metabolism, biology, and the very concept of survival. This chapter explores the science behind animals that can survive without eating, uncovering the mysteries behind their incredible adaptations, and the biological mechanisms that allow them to defy the typical limits of life. One of the most famous examples of animals that survive without food is the tardigrade, also known as the water bear. This microscopic creature, which can survive in the harshest environments on Earth, has been known to endure extreme conditions such as radiation, freezing temperatures, and the vacuum of space. But perhaps its most impressive survival trait is its ability to go without food for years. When food becomes scarce, tardigrades enter a state called cryptobiosis, where their metabolism essentially shuts down. In this suspended animation state, tardigrades can survive for decades without any nourishment, awaiting favorable conditions to rehydrate and resume normal activity. This ability to survive without food is not limited to microscopic organisms. The African lungfish is another example of an animal that can survive prolonged periods without eating. During the dry season in Africa, when water sources dry up, the African lungfish buries itself in mud and secretes a mucus cocoon around its body. It enters a state of dormancy known as estivation, where its metabolism slows down dramatically. While in this state, the lungfish survives for months without food, only emerging when the rains return and water becomes plentiful again. This remarkable adaptation allows the lungfish to outlast the harshest environmental conditions, showcasing how some animals have evolved mechanisms to endure food scarcity. Similarly, the snapping turtle exhibits an incredible ability to survive without food for extended periods. These turtles can remain without food for several months during the colder months of the year. During hibernation, their metabolic rate drops significantly, and they rely on stored fat reserves to sustain them. This adaptation is particularly useful in environments where food is seasonal, and snapping turtles can endure long winters without needing to eat, emerging in the spring when food is abundant. Perhaps one of the most astonishing examples of an animal surviving without food is the bear. The bears are known for their ability to hibernate for several months without eating. In fact, bears can go without food for up to 6 months during the winter hibernation period. During this time, bears enter a state of torpor, where their body temperature drops, and their metabolism slows dramatically. Bears live off their fat reserves during this period, using stored energy to survive the winter months. This remarkable adaptation allows bears to thrive in regions where food availability fluctuates seasonally, demonstrating the incredible resilience of these animals. The brown fat found in some animals, such as bears, plays a crucial role in their ability to survive without eating. Brown fat is a special type of fat that is used to generate heat by burning energy. In the case of hibernating animals, brown fat helps maintain body temperature during hibernation and ensures that they can survive for months without food. This fat is highly efficient in generating heat and sustaining the animal's metabolism at a minimal level, allowing it to remain alive during the long periods of dormancy. In addition to the well-known examples of hibernating animals, certain species of fish and amphibians can also survive for extended periods without food. For instance, the wood frog in North America can survive being frozen solid during the winter. When temperatures drop, the wood frog's body freezes, and its heart stops beating. Despite being in a completely frozen state, the frog's cells remain intact, and its body can survive without oxygen for months. This incredible ability to endure freezing temperatures without food or water is another example of the extreme adaptations that some animals have developed to survive in challenging environments. These survival strategies, whether through cryptobiosis, hibernation, or other forms of metabolic shutdown, all share a common thread: the ability to dramatically reduce the body's energy requirements when food is unavailable. However, these adaptations raise many questions about the limits of life. How long can an animal survive in these states? Are there risks involved in such extreme forms of dormancy? How do these animals maintain their health and vitality when they finally emerge from their long periods without food? As we delve deeper into the biology behind these incredible survival tactics, we begin to uncover the intricate processes that make such feats possible. From the chemical changes that occur in the body during dormancy to the role of fat stores in metabolism, the science behind these animals' abilities to go without food is as fascinating as it is complex. But while these adaptations are impressive, they also underscore the fragile balance of life in extreme conditions. Understanding how these animals manage to survive without food not only gives us insight into their biology, but also provides valuable lessons on the resilience of life itself. In the next part of this chapter, we will explore the mechanisms that make survival without food possible in even the harshest environments, shedding light on the complex biochemical processes at play and the evolutionary advantages that these survival tactics offer. Through the lens of research and scientific exploration, we will uncover the secrets of how animals can survive for years without eating, and how this remarkable ability may offer new solutions to challenges faced by both animals and humans in the future. Now that we have explored the fascinating examples of animals capable of surviving for long periods without food, it's time to delve deeper into the biological and evolutionary mechanisms that make such survival possible. Understanding how these creatures manage to endure prolonged food deprivation requires examining the sophisticated systems that allow them to reduce their metabolic demands, conserve energy, and endure even the harshest conditions. One of the primary biological mechanisms that enable these animals to survive without food is the ability to slow down their metabolism. During times of scarcity, many animals can enter states like hibernation or dormancy where their bodily functions dramatically slow down. This metabolic reduction is a critical survival strategy. For example, during hibernation, bears can reduce their heart rate to a fraction of its normal speed, drop their body temperature, and essentially enter a state of suspended animation. This enables them to live off stored fat reserves without requiring external energy sources for extended periods. The wood frog is another fascinating case in point. As temperatures plummet, the wood frog's body undergoes a remarkable transformation. Its organs and tissues freeze, but its cells survive by maintaining a low level of activity. When spring arrives and temperatures rise, the frog can thaw and resume its normal functions without suffering permanent damage. This is possible due to the accumulation of cryoprotectants in the frog's cells, which prevent ice crystals from forming within the cells and causing irreparable damage. This process allows the frog to survive months without food or water in a completely frozen state. Similar metabolic slowdowns occur in tardigrades, which can survive not only extreme dehydration but also extended periods without food. These microscopic organisms enter cryptobiosis, where their metabolic rate nearly reaches zero. In this state, they can endure not only starvation but also extreme environmental stress, such as high levels of radiation, freezing temperatures, and even the vacuum of space. When conditions improve, tardigrades rehydrate and their metabolism resumes as though no time had passed. But how do animals like the African lungfish and snapping turtles manage to survive without eating for such long durations, even when their metabolic processes slow down only to a certain extent? The answer lies in fat storage and energy conservation. For the lungfish, the ability to survive for months or even years without food during the dry season is a result of their ability to store large amounts of fat in their bodies, which they then slowly metabolize while in a dormant state. Snapping turtles, like many reptiles, store energy in the form of fat and rely on these reserves when food is scarce. What's also fascinating is how animals like these can endure significant weight loss without dying. During periods of food deprivation, fat stores are the primary energy source, but the body also breaks down proteins and even muscles to provide additional fuel. This process of catabolism can be seen in hibernating animals, and it's remarkably efficient, allowing them to stretch limited energy reserves over long periods. Another key factor in survival without food is water conservation. Many animals that can survive without eating for months or years also possess extraordinary adaptations to limit water loss. This is particularly important for creatures that live in arid environments. For example, the desert tortoise can survive for up to a year without eating or drinking thanks to its ability to store large amounts of water in its bladder. The tortoise also has specialized kidneys that concentrate urine to minimize water loss. This ability to conserve water is just as critical as the ability to survive without food, particularly for animals living in regions with sparse resources. When we look at the biochemistry of animals that can survive without food, we find fascinating adaptations at the cellular level. In animals that undergo metabolic slowdowns like hibernating bears or cryptobiotic tardigrades, gene expression changes significantly. For example, in cryptobiosis, tardigrades activate genes that help protect their cellular structures from damage caused by dehydration, freezing, and radiation. This includes the production of protective proteins which act as shields against oxidative stress, helping the organism stay intact during extreme periods of dormancy. In other animals like hibernating bears, there is a shift in how the body uses stored fat. Instead of burning fat through normal metabolic processes, the body shifts to a more efficient fat-burning pathway that minimizes energy expenditure. This shift is part of a complex hormonal regulation system that ensures that the animal remains in a state of minimal activity, conserving energy until food becomes available again. However, these survival mechanisms come with trade-offs. For instance, when animals enter states of extreme dormancy or metabolic slowdown, they also sacrifice some of their long-term health and vigor. Prolonged starvation, even in dormancy, can lead to muscle atrophy and a weakening of the immune system. While these animals can survive without food for months or even years, there are risks involved in the long-term sustainability of such adaptations. For example, hibernating bears experience a significant loss of muscle mass, but this is largely offset by their ability to regenerate muscle tissue once they emerge from hibernation. On the other hand, animals like the snapping turtle and African lungfish often have to rely on their fat reserves for longer than most species would survive, which means they need a very specific balance of energy management to avoid long-term depletion. The trade-off between survival and health becomes even clearer when we consider the risks that these animals face when they emerge from dormancy or cryptobiosis. Emerging from long periods without food or water puts incredible stress on the body. In the case of hibernators, it takes time for the body to wake up and return to normal metabolic functioning. For example, bears often suffer from severe muscle weakness upon emerging from hibernation, and they need to regain strength before they can hunt effectively. Similarly, tardigrades may not be able to successfully rehydrate if environmental conditions remain unfavorable, leading to potential death after prolonged dormancy. Yet these remarkable survival strategies have deep evolutionary significance. They reflect the resilience of life in the face of adversity, highlighting the extraordinary ways in which animals have adapted to extreme environments. The ability to survive without eating or to endure extreme periods of starvation provides animals with a crucial advantage in ecosystems where food is not always abundant. This evolutionary strategy is essential for surviving the cyclical nature of food availability in wild environments where food can be scarce or unpredictable. The ability of animals to survive without eating also raises important questions about human survival in extreme conditions. Could we as humans learn from these biological adaptations? Researchers are currently studying how the mechanisms in animals that can survive without food might offer insights into human health, particularly in areas such as space travel, emergency medicine, and disease resistance. The same principles that allow animals to endure prolonged food deprivation might one day help scientists develop methods to extend human survival in situations where food is unavailable, or help preserve the human body during long-term space missions where food and resources are limited. In the final part of this chapter, we will explore how these extraordinary survival tactics have the potential to impact not only animal populations but also human progress. Through the lens of scientific exploration and practical application, we will uncover the groundbreaking research that is pushing the boundaries of what we know about survival in extreme conditions, and how these animals' remarkable abilities might hold the key to innovations in science and medicine that we have only begun to understand. Chapter 19. The Deepest Buried Life. Creatures that live miles underground, deep beneath the Earth's surface. A world exists that remains largely untouched by human activity. It is a realm where light never reaches, and the conditions are harsh, yet life thrives in ways that seem impossible. For centuries, the idea that life could exist miles underground was met with skepticism. The extreme pressure, lack of light, and absence of typical resources such as oxygen and food led many to believe that life could not survive in these conditions. However, in recent decades, groundbreaking discoveries have shattered these assumptions, revealing that an array of extraordinary creatures call the depths of the Earth home. These organisms have adapted to survive in environments so extreme that they push the limits of biological understanding. One of the most intriguing aspects of life found miles underground is that these organisms are often completely isolated from the outside world. They have evolved in isolation for millions of years, developing unique biological traits that allow them to thrive in complete darkness and under crushing pressure. In some cases, these creatures live in environments with little or no access to sunlight, relying instead on chemical reactions to fuel their metabolism. These discoveries are not just fascinating, they also challenge our understanding of what life is capable of, and how far it can adapt to survive. The first step in uncovering these buried ecosystems began with the exploration of deep subterranean environments such as caves, mines, and deep oil wells. Scientists began to realize that these underground spaces harbored entire ecosystems with complex food webs that could function without relying on sunlight. These environments, often referred to as subsurface biospheres, include some of the most extreme habitats on Earth. The pressure underground can be immense, and temperatures can fluctuate drastically, yet life persists. In the early days of subterranean research, One of the first signs that life could survive miles beneath the Earth's surface came from the study of deep biosphere microorganisms. These microbes, often referred to as extremophiles, are microorganisms that thrive in environments that would be inhospitable to most other life forms. They have been found in places as deep as 5 kilometers below the surface, living in the pores of rocks and subsisting on the chemicals found within the Earth itself. These extremophiles have evolved to withstand pressures that are hundreds of times greater than at the surface, and they have developed mechanisms to extract energy from the rocks and minerals around them. They rely on chemosynthesis, a process where organisms convert inorganic compounds like hydrogen sulfide or methane into organic matter, bypassing the need for sunlight entirely. One of the most famous examples of life surviving deep underground is the discovery of the subsurface biosphere in the Kola superdeep borehole in Russia. Drilling to depths of over 12 kilometers, scientists discovered that microorganisms could survive in rock layers that had been isolated from the surface for millions of years. The discovery of these ancient life forms raised the possibility that other, even deeper environments could be similarly habitable. At these depths, the temperature can reach up to 180 degrees Celsius, and the pressure is overwhelming, but life continues to thrive. These microorganisms live off chemical reactions rather than traditional sources of energy like sunlight or oxygen. Another fascinating discovery came from the exploration of deep oceanic environments, particularly hydrothermal vent ecosystems. These vents, found in the deepest parts of the ocean, release mineral-rich water heated by the Earth's internal heat. The organisms that live in these ecosystems are often completely isolated from the sun's energy. In place of sunlight, they rely on chemosynthesis, much like their counterparts deep underground. Giant tube worms, sulfur-eating bacteria, and other bizarre creatures flourish around these vents, feeding off the chemicals like hydrogen sulfide that seep from the Earth's crust. These ecosystems are so isolated that they have evolved entirely separate evolutionary paths, with species that are completely unique to these environments. The conditions at these depths are extreme, to say the least. The high pressure, lack of light and scarcity of food make survival a true challenge. Yet, somehow organisms have developed fascinating adaptations to cope with these hostile conditions. For example, the giant tube worm found at hydrothermal vents can grow up to several feet long and has a unique symbiotic relationship with bacteria that live inside it. These bacteria carry out chemosynthesis, converting the chemicals from the vent into usable energy which the tube worm then absorbs. This symbiotic relationship allows the tube worm to thrive in a place where food is otherwise scarce. But these are not the only creatures that have adapted to life miles underground. The troglodytes, a group of cave-dwelling animals, are also prime examples of subterranean life. These creatures have evolved over millions of years to live in the complete absence of light. Some species of fish, like the Mexican tetra, have lost their ability to see, their eyes atrophied over generations of living in total darkness. Others, like the blind salamander, have developed heightened senses of smell and hearing, allowing them to navigate the dark underground caves where they live. These underground ecosystems are incredibly diverse, with an entire array of species that have adapted to life in total darkness, extreme heat and high pressure. Bacteria, fungi, and archaea, along with more complex organisms like worms, insects and crustaceans, have all evolved mechanisms that allow them to thrive in environments where life would seem impossible. Some of these organisms have even adapted to feed off the chemicals released by the rocks around them, using chemotrophy instead of the more familiar process of photosynthesis. What is perhaps most surprising about these deep underground ecosystems is the discovery that they may be far more common than previously thought. The deep biosphere may extend much further than scientists have been able to explore, possibly reaching depths of tens of kilometers beneath the Earth's surface. This revelation suggests that life on Earth may be more widespread than we ever imagined, and that similar ecosystems could exist in other planets or moons within our solar system. The implications of these findings are profound. Not only do they challenge our understanding of the limits of life on Earth, but they also provide key insights into the possibility of life beyond our planet. The discovery of subsurface life forms deep within the Earth suggests that life could potentially exist on other planets or moons where conditions are harsh and extreme. For example, moons like Europa and Enceladus, which have subsurface oceans beneath thick ice crusts, might harbor similar types of life forms living off the chemicals available in those environments. Moreover, understanding how life can survive under such extreme conditions could have practical applications for science and technology. The study of extremophiles has already led to advances in medicine, biotechnology, and even energy production. The enzymes and proteins found in these organisms, for example, have been used in industrial applications such as bioremediation, biofuel production, and the development of new medical treatments. As we continue to explore deeper into the Earth's crust, and perhaps even venture into other planets, the study of creatures that live miles underground could unlock mysteries not only about life on Earth, but also about the potential for life elsewhere in the universe. The more we learn about these resilient organisms, the closer we come to understanding the true extent of life's ability to adapt and survive, no matter how extreme the environment may be. In the next part of this chapter, we will explore even deeper into the science behind these subterranean ecosystems, focusing on how scientists are continuing to push the boundaries of exploration and uncover the hidden secrets of life that have remained buried for eons. As we continue to delve deeper into the mysterious world of subterranean life, it becomes increasingly clear that our understanding of Earth's ecosystems is undergoing a profound transformation. The existence of life miles underground, thriving in conditions previously deemed uninhabitable, holds more than just scientific fascination. It forces us to reconsider what we know about the limits of life, its adaptability, and how it might survive in even the most extreme environments beyond our planet. The more researchers explore subterranean ecosystems, the more they realize that these hidden biospheres might not be isolated to just a few unique places on Earth. The deep biosphere may extend far further than previously thought, with microbial life possibly occupying every nook and cranny of the planet's crust. In fact, recent studies suggest that life could extend to depths of up to 10 to 15 kilometers below the Earth's surface, far deeper than any drill has ever gone. This revelation significantly broadens the scope of life on Earth, and the discovery of new types of extremophiles, organisms that thrive under extreme conditions, continues to redefine the boundaries of life. Recent studies, such as those conducted by the Deep Carbon Observatory, have suggested that the deep biosphere might contain a staggering 70% of Earth's total microbial biomass. This would mean that the vast majority of life on our planet is not found on the surface, but in the subterranean depths. It's a mind-boggling idea that challenges everything we thought we knew about the distribution of life. In fact, the Earth's crust may be home to an immense hidden microbial world, functioning entirely independently from surface life. For instance, deep underground, microorganisms are isolated from the surface world for millions of years. With no sunlight to rely on, they derive energy through chemosynthesis, converting inorganic compounds such as hydrogen sulfide and methane into food. This process is similar to the way photosynthesis operates on the surface, but without sunlight. These microbes essentially turn the chemical energy stored within the Earth's minerals into organic matter. The organisms that thrive on this process are some of the most resilient life forms on Earth, capable of surviving where most creatures would perish. Among the most fascinating discoveries is the unique adaptation of bacterial life in the deep biosphere. Researchers have isolated strains of bacteria living miles underground that can metabolize metals, sulfur, and even carbon dioxide, all substances that would be toxic to many other forms of life. These bacteria can not only survive but thrive in environments where oxygen is nearly absent. Their ability to survive without sunlight for millions of years raises profound questions about the nature of life itself and its potential to exist on other planets, such as Mars, where the conditions are similar to the deepest parts of Earth. Furthermore, deep Earth bacteria have also been found in what are called deep-sea hydrothermal vents, areas where superheated water from the Earth's mantle rises through cracks in the ocean floor. These vents provide a completely different type of environment where life forms completely isolated from the surface world have developed in ways that resemble early Earth conditions. Here, the chemical-laden water fuels entirely unique ecosystems where sulfur and methane form the basis of the food chain. Giant tube worms, crabs, and shrimp that would be impossible to find anywhere else on Earth thrive in these habitats, thanks to their symbiotic relationships with sulfur-eating bacteria. One of the most surprising revelations from these discoveries is the realization that these underground ecosystems may also be ancient, possibly as old as life itself. The isolated microorganisms living miles underground may hold clues to the origins of life on Earth. Some of these microbes are found in the oldest rocks on Earth, dating back billions of years. By studying these ancient organisms, scientists hope to gain insights into how life began on Earth, and whether similar life could exist elsewhere in the universe. These discoveries provide important clues for astrobiologists looking for signs of life on other planets, particularly Mars and Europa, a moon of Jupiter that has subsurface oceans where life could potentially exist. In addition to the microbial world, the deeper we go, the more we find evidence of other extraordinary creatures adapted to the extreme conditions. The discovery of troglobites, animals that live exclusively in caves and underground habitats, has provided a window into how life forms evolve in complete darkness. Species like the blind cavefish and the Mexican cave salamander have evolved to thrive without the need for vision. Their sensory adaptations are astonishing. The cavefish, for example, has developed heightened senses of hearing and touch, allowing it to navigate through the pitch-black waters of underground rivers. Similarly, the Mexican cave salamander has specialized in regenerative abilities, able to grow back entire limbs, making it one of the most studied creatures in regenerative biology. Yet it's not just cave-dwelling creatures that have adapted to the underground. Some surprising animals, such as certain species of ants, have developed complex underground societies. These ants build vast networks of tunnels that can extend for miles below the surface. These tunnels are not just a place for shelter, they also act as a central hub for gathering food and even farming. Some ant species have been known to farm fungi underground, using it as their primary food source, a behavior that mirrors early human agricultural practices. The consequences of these discoveries extend beyond our understanding of life on Earth. The deeper biosphere's existence, and the creatures living within it, have profound implications for the search for life on other planets. If life on Earth can survive in such extreme, isolated, and resource-deprived conditions, it opens the door to the possibility that life could also exist in environments previously considered inhospitable. For example, the subsurface oceans of Europa and the frozen moons of Saturn may harbor life that survives without sunlight, much like the organisms found in the deep biosphere on Earth. Another critical aspect of the deep biosphere is the role it plays in the global carbon cycle. Subsurface microbes help regulate the Earth's carbon levels, which has a significant impact on the planet's climate. By consuming methane and other greenhouse gases, these microbes act as natural carbon sinks, removing harmful gases from the atmosphere and helping to mitigate global warming. Understanding how these underground organisms operate could be key to developing new ways of addressing climate change and understanding the long-term stability of Earth's ecosystems. But the exploration of life miles underground is still in its infancy. Despite the extraordinary advancements in drilling and technology, scientists have only scratched the surface of what might lie in the deepest layers of Earth's crust. As drilling technology improves and scientists continue to push the boundaries of exploration, we may discover even more remarkable ecosystems and life forms that challenge our understanding of biology and the limits of life. Ultimately, the deeper we go, the more we realize that life on Earth is far more adaptable and resilient than we ever imagined. These discoveries not only push the limits of science but also remind us of the immense potential for life to survive and thrive in the most extreme environments. As our understanding of the deep biosphere grows, so too does the potential for new scientific breakthroughs that could help us answer some of humanity's biggest questions. How did life begin? How far can life travel? And perhaps most profoundly, How do the secrets buried deep within the earth hold the key to understanding life beyond our planet? In the final part of this chapter, we will look ahead to the future of deep biosphere research, exploring how the findings of the past decades may pave the way for future exploration, both on Earth and in the far reaches of space. The discoveries made so far offer tantalizing glimpses of a hidden world beneath our feet, one that is far more complex and diverse than we ever could have imagined. Chapter 20: The Future of Survival. What will adapt next? As the world continues to change at an accelerating pace, the question of survival is no longer just about how species have adapted to their environments in the past. It's now about how life on Earth will continue to evolve, survive, and thrive in a rapidly changing future. The future of survival is increasingly influenced by a combination of natural forces, human impact, and technological advancements. With climate change, habitat destruction, and the rise of new diseases, the way life adapts will be key to the planet's future. Historically, adaptation has been the cornerstone of survival for all life forms. The process of evolution, through natural selection, has led to the development of species capable of thriving in the most extreme conditions, from bacteria that can survive in boiling hot springs to animals that endure freezing cold temperatures. Life has shown an incredible capacity to adapt. But as the global environment shifts, the pressure on species to evolve or perish intensifies. For many species, the future of survival may depend on their ability to adapt to increasingly challenging conditions. In recent decades, human activities have dramatically altered the Earth's ecosystems. Climate change is perhaps the most pressing of these alterations. With global temperatures rising at an unprecedented rate, the warming of the planet affects ecosystems across the globe, from polar ice caps melting to desertification expanding in once fertile areas. This has already led to the extinction of numerous species, and it is likely to cause the extinction of many more unless drastic measures are taken. However, the question remains: how will life adapt to these changing conditions? The concept of adaptation has evolved beyond natural selection. In a world where human influence is so dominant, species are not only adapting to natural environments, but also to the challenges imposed by human activity. For instance, the expansion of cities and the destruction of natural habitats have forced some species to adapt to living in urban environments. Species like urban pigeons, raccoons, and rats have thrived in cities by learning to navigate human-made structures, forage for food and garbage, and avoid human threats. This form of urban adaptation has become one of the most striking examples of how animals can shift their behavior and biology to survive in a changing world. But it's not just animals that are adapting. Plants, too, are evolving in response to environmental pressures. For instance, many plant species are adjusting their blooming schedules to account for shifting seasonal patterns. Some plants have developed the ability to grow in more extreme environments, such as cacti in the desert or mangrove trees in saline waters. These plants have adapted through unique mechanisms, such as the ability to store water in their stems or roots, allowing them to survive prolonged periods of drought or salinity. The survival of life on Earth will also depend on how species adapt to new forms of stress induced by human activity. Pollution is one such stressor, with chemicals and plastics filling ecosystems at an alarming rate. Some species, however, have already begun to show signs of adapting to pollution. For example, certain types of bacteria have evolved the ability to break down oil and other pollutants in the environment. Similarly, some fish species have developed resistance to the heavy metals and chemicals that have contaminated waterways. These early signs of evolutionary adaptation to pollution suggest that life, given time, can develop mechanisms to cope with even the most toxic of environments. The future of survival isn't limited to natural evolution and biological adaptation. Technology is playing an increasingly important role in how species, including humans, adapt to changing conditions. Genetic engineering in particular is a field that is pushing the boundaries of what is possible in terms of survival and adaptation. Scientists are exploring ways to edit the genes of organisms to make them more resilient to environmental stresses. For example, researchers are working on engineering genetically modified crops that are more resistant to drought, pests, and disease. Similarly, advances in gene therapy could one day enable humans to adapt more quickly to environmental changes, such as extreme heat or pollution. In addition to genetic engineering, other technological advancements are also reshaping the future of survival. The rise of biotechnology is opening up new possibilities for creating life forms that are specifically designed to survive in extreme environments. Synthetic biology, for example, is enabling the creation of organisms that can thrive in the harshest conditions, such as in the depths of the ocean or in space. The development of bio-based materials and energy sources could also help species survive in environments that are increasingly hostile to traditional forms of life. As technology progresses, it may also provide us with the tools to help species adapt to changing environments more quickly. CRISPR, a gene editing technology, is one of the most promising innovations in this field. By using CRISPR, scientists can make precise changes to the DNA of organisms, effectively altering their traits. This could potentially help species adapt more rapidly to climate change or other environmental pressures. For example, researchers are exploring the possibility of using CRISPR to engineer coral reefs that are more resistant to rising ocean temperatures, helping to preserve one of the planet's most important ecosystems. However, the role of technology in the future of survival raises important ethical questions. While genetic engineering holds great promise, it also presents risks. The introduction of genetically modified organisms into ecosystems could have unintended consequences, potentially disrupting the balance of nature. The manipulation of life forms, whether through genetic engineering or synthetic biology, could lead to unforeseen consequences that might exacerbate the very problems we're trying to solve. The challenge, therefore, will be finding a balance between technological innovation and the preservation of natural ecosystems. Beyond technology and natural evolution, there is another critical factor that will determine the future of survival: human behavior. The choices we make today will shape the world we leave for future generations, and our ability to adapt to the challenges ahead will depend largely on how we manage our impact on the planet. Conservation efforts, sustainable practices, and reducing the carbon footprint are all essential to ensuring that life on Earth has the opportunity to adapt and thrive in the future. One of the most pressing challenges humanity faces is the loss of biodiversity. As species go extinct at an alarming rate, the ecosystems they leave behind become less stable and less resilient to change. Without a diverse range of species to fill different ecological niches, ecosystems become more vulnerable to collapse. This is why efforts to protect endangered species and preserve natural habitats are critical for the future of survival. The more diverse our ecosystems are, the better equipped they will be to adapt to future challenges. In conclusion, the future of survival is a complex and multifaceted issue. From the adaptation of species to environmental changes to the role of technology in shaping the future of life on Earth, the factors that will determine who survives and who doesn't are varied and interdependent. It's clear that life, in its many forms, will continue to adapt to the changing world around it. However, the future of survival is not just about biological evolution or technological advancements. It is also about the choices we make today and how we manage our relationship with the planet. In the next section, we will explore in greater depth the specific ways in which life might adapt to the challenges of tomorrow, including the role of genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and the efforts to combat climate change. The path to survival may be uncertain, but it is clear that it will involve a combination of nature's resilience and humanity's ingenuity. As we delve deeper into the future of survival, we must consider the shifting balance between natural processes and human intervention. The future of adaptation is no longer limited solely to evolution by natural selection. Human ingenuity has introduced unprecedented possibilities for accelerating or even altering the natural course of adaptation itself. One of the key avenues being explored is genetic engineering, a technology that holds the promise of enabling life forms to adapt much more rapidly to environmental stresses. The role of genetic engineering in the future of survival is expanding beyond the traditional fields of agriculture and medicine. In the face of climate change, Crops are being genetically modified to withstand extreme conditions such as drought, heat, and saline water. For example, genetically modified rice strains, like those developed with the help of golden rice, have been designed to not only endure changing climates, but to also provide essential nutrients in regions where malnutrition is rampant. Similarly, CRISPR technology has opened up possibilities for editing the genes of animals, making them more resilient to disease and environmental stresses. CRISPR, for instance, has been used to create mosquitoes that are resistant to malaria, offering a potential game-changer in the fight against infectious diseases. But the use of such technologies isn't without its complications. As humanity becomes more adept at manipulating genetics, the ethical implications become more complex. Who controls these technologies, and what happens when we begin altering the very foundation of life itself? Some scientists argue that by stepping into the realm of genetic manipulation, we risk disrupting ecosystems in unforeseen ways. If genetically modified organisms were to escape into the wild, they could potentially outcompete native species or introduce new traits that destabilize ecosystems. As we modify organisms to be more resilient, we must remain mindful of the broader ecological impacts. Beyond genetics, the potential of artificial intelligence and robotics in shaping the future of survival cannot be understated. While these technologies are often associated with industry and consumer goods, their role in survival adaptation is growing rapidly. In ecosystems where natural life faces significant disruption, robots or artificial organisms could be used to help manage environmental conditions. These technologies could be deployed in agriculture, for instance, to assist in crop cultivation by monitoring soil health, controlling pests, and ensuring optimal conditions for growth. Robots might also be used to monitor the health of endangered species, collect data from remote or dangerous environments, and even help rehabilitate damaged ecosystems. The fusion of biotechnology and artificial intelligence is already giving birth to what's known as synthetic biology, a field where researchers are not only engineering individual organisms but also designing entirely new life forms. This synthetic life could be introduced into ecosystems to address specific challenges, like cleaning up pollutants or absorbing carbon dioxide. Algae, for example, is already being studied for its potential to capture carbon emissions. Researchers are also investigating the possibility of creating genetically engineered bacteria that can clean up oil spills or break down plastic waste. The ability to create organisms that can perform specialized functions to improve the environment could be a vital part of future survival strategies. However, the use of synthetic biology to address environmental issues presents a dual-edged sword. While such organisms could offer solutions to global problems, there is a risk of unforeseen consequences. What happens if an engineered organism designed to clean up pollution begins to proliferate uncontrollably, disrupting local ecosystems? Can we truly predict how synthetic organisms will interact with the environment in the long term? These are critical questions that require careful consideration as we advance into the age of synthetic biology. A key challenge that will dictate the future of survival lies in how humanity responds to the most pressing issue of our time: climate change. The increase in global temperatures is already having a profound effect on ecosystems worldwide. Coral reefs are bleaching, glaciers are melting, and weather patterns are becoming more extreme. The changes are so rapid that many species simply do not have the time to evolve or migrate to more favorable habitats. Climate change has already contributed to the extinction of several species, and many more are at risk if current trends continue. The question is not whether some species will survive, but how they will do so. Will they evolve new survival strategies? Will they be genetically modified to cope with the changes, or will they rely on human intervention to maintain their existence? One promising avenue in the fight against climate change is the use of climate engineering, or geoengineering. These technologies aim to mitigate the effects of climate change through large-scale interventions in the Earth's systems. For example, proposals for carbon capture technologies seek to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it underground, reducing the greenhouse effect. Other geoengineering ideas include solar radiation management, where sunlight is reflected back into space to cool the Earth, While these methods could help limit the damage caused by climate change, they are still in the experimental stage and come with their own set of risks. Geoengineering has the potential to change the Earth's climate in unpredictable ways, and its long-term effectiveness remains uncertain. Yet while humans have the power to accelerate survival through technology and intervention, nature remains the ultimate force in the game of adaptation. Life on Earth has survived and evolved for billions of years, and it is remarkably resilient. For all the damage we've caused, nature has an incredible ability to bounce back when given the opportunity. A fascinating example of this is the Chernobyl exclusion zone, where despite the radioactive contamination, wildlife has not only survived but thrived. Species of wolves, wild boars, and even rare birds have been found to be flourishing in this once devastated area. This shows that while human impact has been catastrophic in many areas, nature is still capable of adapting and recovering in ways we may not fully understand yet. However, for nature to continue to survive and adapt, we must actively work to protect and restore the environments that are crucial to the health of ecosystems. Conservation efforts are more important than ever, and the need to preserve biodiversity cannot be overstated. The more diverse and intact our ecosystems are, the more resilient they will be in the face of future challenges. This includes protecting forests, wetlands, oceans, and other critical habitats, as well as ensuring that endangered species are given a chance to recover. Ultimately, the future of survival is a delicate balance between natural resilience, technological innovation, and human responsibility. The more we learn about the incredible adaptability of life, the more we realize that we must respect the limits of our intervention and allow nature to take its course. While we have the tools to influence the course of survival, we must use them wisely, carefully considering the long-term effects of our actions. The question is not just how life will adapt, but whether we as humans can adapt in time to ensure the survival of all species, including our own. The future of survival is not set in stone. It will depend on the decisions we make today, the technology we develop, and the natural world's capacity to evolve in the face of unprecedented challenges. One thing is clear: survival will not be about simply enduring the world's changes. It will be about adaptation on every level: biological, technological, and societal. As we move forward, our ability to harness innovation while respecting the planet's natural systems will be the key to the future of life on Earth. The mystery of what will adapt next is still unfolding, but one thing is certain: the future of survival will be a story of unprecedented resilience and transformation. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the future of survival and the incredible adaptability of life, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss out on more fascinating insights. What do you think the future holds for survival on Earth? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. I'm curious to hear your perspective on what might adapt next. And if you're interested in more content like this, be sure to check out our other videos where we explore the cutting-edge science and mysteries of the natural world. Keep exploring, stay curious, and let's uncover the unknown together. Thanks for tuning in today. Remember, survival is not just about enduring but adapting and evolving, something we all can learn from. Until next time, stay informed, stay inspired, and keep pushing the limits of what you know. See you in the next chapter.